Ladies and gentlemen, we should be live. Let's go ahead. Let's see what everything is looking like. Let me just mute everything. Actually, matter of fact, let me delete this scene right here. We just didn't use it, and I don't think it really works great. It was just to show my draft board, but I think I can just talk to that. All right, I can still hear myself, or yep. We got the audio working. Let me just make sure there's no duplicate audio, so I can't. If I do have something on in the background, we can't hear it, such as the draft. But let's see here. I I do not believe that we do have any duplicate audio. And I'm sorry, I'm going to probably adjust the mic here really quick. I know that's super loud and I'm sorry about that, but hopefully everything sounds good. Hopefully everything sounds good. All right. Let's see. All right. All right, we're good to go. We are good to go, ladies and gentlemen. We are just over 15 minutes away from the NFL draft kicking off. It says 18 right now, but maybe I'm a little bit behind. I'm going to refresh my. Yeah, okay. We got 12 minutes, 12 and a half minutes before the NFL draft starts. Who does everyone want? I know I've talked about it in abundance, but it's definitely Jacob Rodriguez. And that's super unlikely. I understand that. You'd have to give up a lot of your picks this year and maybe some future draft capital, which don't love giving up 2027 picks. But Jacob Rodriguez is my number 18 player in this class. Would absolutely love if we were able to get him. As much as I like Jermon McCoy, don't really need another corner. Caden McDonald would be fun and a defensive, or I guess a run-stopping beast on that defensive line. But do we really need another run stuffer? Not necessarily. So there's that. You got CJ Allen as well. I think the most realistic option, if I had to predict, would be Anthony Hill Jr., the linebacker from Texas. That would be my prediction. Also, could see Oscar Delp or Eli Stowers. Those are kind of the three that I see. I think it's going to be linebacker or tight end. There have been a little bit of rumors about that. Of course, we'll have to see how the board falls and how it plays out. But yeah, let's see. We are about to resume. I believe it's either the Niners or the Bills starting things off because they both traded out of the first round. So it's going to be one of those. I think it's the Niners, if I'm not mistaken. Let's go ahead. Let me pull up, let's see, NFL. Let's see the NFL draft order. I want to go on ESPN. If this thing ever pops up. Okay, here we go. It is going to be. Oh, it's not even here. Yeah, it's going to be the Niners kicking things off, then the Cardinals, then the Bills, and then the Raiders at 4. So we're all the way at 62. Obviously, the 30th pick in the round. So if we want to go up and get our guys, we're going to have to go in and trade up. I would be all for it, depending on who you're able to get. Because obviously, George Payton, Sean Payton, we're in a win now mode. They know that, but they really like the roster the way it is. So if they think one guy can make an immediate impact and significantly improve this team, I would not be shocked if we went ahead and we traded up for any of that. But yeah, I tried to update everything as best as I could, but let's take a look at each position group. Each position group for the draft. Also, leaning in like this, I don't love how. There, we'll move it down a little bit. So if I am leaning in, it's not. I hate this camera sometimes. It's just so zoomed in. If I lean in or lean out, it's just not. It's not going to be perfect. But let me move the mic up to like right here, and then yeah, if we lean in, I don't know, man. I'm just trying to get the best camera angle possible here, but it's just not. It's not working with me. All right. Anyway, let's go ahead. We're gonna just leave this the way it is. That way I can look over here and really see. That's probably going to be the best we're going to be able to get right there. But if we go position group by position group, quarterbacks, we're not going to take a quarterback at 62. Let's be honest. Running backs, both of the running backs or the top 2 running backs are gone in Jeremiah Love and Jadarian Price. Jonah Coleman is a guy I like. I just don't know if we go running back at 62, but I'd be cool with Jonah Coleman. That's about it. Not super high on Mike Washington. Really concerned about the fumble issues. In terms of receiver, obviously Denzel Boston is there, but I don't really think we need him. Jeremy Bernard I like, but let's be honest, we don't need a receiver, especially at 62. If we do go a receiver, I think it's going to be with one of our 7th round picks as someone who can be a return specialist and just someone who can develop as a wide receiver. That's not going to get a whole lot of playing time. As for the tight ends, I think 3 tight ends could be the pick at 62, and that's Eli Stowers, Oscar Delp, and Max Clare. All of them bring different elements. I would probably prefer Oscar Delp, just a guy who is such an awesome blocker, but also has the athleticism and the upside to be an awesome receiver. You got Eli Stowers. If you just want that pure receiving threat, he is your guy. He would be the Evan Ingram replacement. Not going to do a whole lot of blocking, though. So he would be your Evan Ingram replacement after this year. And then Max Clare is your jack of all trades, master of none. Not really going to excel and be elite in any one area, but he's overall well-rounded at just overall well-rounded as a player. And then, there is Eli Raridan, and I know a lot of other Broncos guys are high on him. If it was the pick, I'd understand. I wouldn't love it. I would much prefer him in the 4th round, but those are those guys. In terms of guards that are available, you have Emmanuel Pregnon out of Oregon. He would be an awesome pick, but we'll see if we address the offensive line. I think Sean Payton likes Ben Powers, and even if you let him go when his contract's done, you have Palcho to potentially fill in for him at guard. That's kind of what it's looking like. They're moving him mostly in as a guard. There's Connor Liu, who's the Auburn center, coming off of a torn ACL, but we signed Wattenberg to a 4-year contract extension. You got Chase Basantes, who would be fun at guard, but I think he goes a lot earlier than most people expect. Tackle, I don't really see us taking a tackle. Most likely, the 2 tackles to be taken would be Jennings Dunker and Caleb Tiernan. But again, as I mentioned in my mock draft where I did take an offensive lineman at 62, would definitely not be my preferred option. Then we go to the defensive line. Caden McDonald. Love Caden McDonald, a fun run stopper. But 1, I don't think he's going to make it to us. And I don't think we're going to be able to trade up for him. And 2, he kind of fits the mold that we already have of being this run stopper. We want these interior pass rushers. So Caden McDonald, well, he would be fun. I don't know if he would be the selection necessarily. And then edge rushers, there's a ton of edge rushers still available. There's R. Mason Thomas, who I don't think I would take an edge this early, if I'm being honest with you. But there is R. Mason Thomas, Zion Young. If we did go that route, those would be the 2 I'd target. I think Cassius Howell is going to be off the board by then. Linebacker, would love Jacob Rodriguez. Would love if we traded up for him. I think it's going to be hard to do that, but if they somehow find a way to do that, that's awesome. There's CJ Allen. We'll see where he goes. Not really a pass coverage guy, but definitely a fun run defender. And then Anthony Hill, that's kind of the guy I'm targeting right now for the Broncos. Got Josiah Trotter, Jake Golday. A ton of fun guys at the linebacker position. For me, though, Jacob Rodriguez for sure, Anthony Hill, CJ Allen. And then if it's not one of those 3, I'm kind of leaning more towards a tight end. Corner, don't really need to take a corner. Safety, there has been AJ Halsey floated around. Does have familiarity with our DB coach. So there's that, but AJ Halsey's a good player. Don't think I would prefer taking a secondary position, a guy in the secondary right now. I know it would be kind of future-proofing for life after Brandon Jones if you don't re-sign him. JL Skinner's up with his contract after this year. Devin Key is kind of moving into that 3rd rotation safety. So I would understand it, but definitely would not be my preference. But we are now a few minutes away. I believe we're about 5-ish minutes away. Yep, 4 minutes actually. So who do we want? I think I made myself perfectly clear in my video and today. Jacob Rodriguez would be the guy who I would trade up for and go after. I think it's very unlikely, but if it happened, I would be ecstatic. Number 2 would be trading up for Anthony Hill. Wouldn't have to trade up quite as far for him, but you'd still have to move up a little bit. And what would a trade package look like? Well, we'll have to see when we kind of get in striking range. But if not, if we stay put at pick 62, 2 guys who could be there available, I think Oscar Delp does fall there. So if you want to stay put and take Oscar Delp, I'm perfectly fine with that. Eli Stowers might fall. He might not, but he would be a guy who I could see the Broncos taking as well. But we'll talk more about that as we get closer to the draft. We are just over 3 minutes away from kicking off round 2 and putting, was that 49ers on the clock, right? Yep, putting the San Francisco 49ers on the clock at 33. We do have 7 picks, so we technically have as many picks as you have at the start of a draft. Obviously, losing our first round pick. We got a second. We got 2 fourths, 2 early fourths at that, a fifth, and 3 sevenths. So the nice thing is if you're not going to trade back and you don't trade up, you could pick at 62 and then use one of your 2 fourth round picks to move up into the 3rd round if you like a guy there. If you're not worried about draft picks this year, then trading up, I'd be all for it. Whether that's in the 2nd round or trading up from the 4th round, I would be all for it, depending on what you give up and depending on who's there. But we have just over 2 minutes remaining before we kick off round number 2. All right. All right. Let's go ahead. Oh, I need to bring this back down. Let's take the San Francisco, or take the Seahawks off, and let's go ahead and let's put the 49ers on the clock. They have a minute and a half before they are officially put on the clock, and maybe just a little bit over that because the commissioner has to come out. He's got to make his announcements. He's got to do this, that, and the other. So there is that, but yeah, here we go. Here we go, kicking off round number 2. The Broncos are finally making a pick. It's tough. It's tough when you don't have a first-round pick. I know we have Jalen Waddle. Love it. Love the trade. Would still do it again. But as a draft nerd, I love just the day after the first round, watching highlights, watching some more film of our top pick and just being engulfed by the newest Bronco. But here we go. The 2nd round is about to kick off in the NFL draft. I want to actually make sure, because I am watching on ESPN, and typically on day 2, a lot of the times they will kick me out and they'll make me switch to ESPN2 because a basketball game will pop up, which sucks. But I want to make sure I have a backup. Yeah, okay. And there's the timer. 5 p.m. is officially here, Mountain Time. The draft should be kicking off any moment now. Let me go make sure we still have good audio over here. That's weird. My audio is super delayed on the stream. Okay, I just refreshed. If my audio, if my lips and the audio aren't synced up, refresh the stream, and that worked for me. All right. Here we go. Here we go. Also, I don't know how long I'm going to keep updating the scroll bar and keep doing this. I probably will do it for all of today's stream, but tomorrow, 3rd round, no guarantee, no promises. I might just go ahead and put up ESPN's graphic that does this automatically, that keeps track of the picks, but we'll see. We'll see. I like having my own stuff, but at the same time, for 7 hours tomorrow, it's going to be a while. It's going to be a while. So There we go. They're showing a bunch of players right now. They showed Zion Young still in the green room. Caden McDonald, I think, is coming back for the green room. And then they were just showing Zachariah Branch, one of my favorite players in this draft, even though we don't need a receiver. So here we go. Whoops. Here we go. Commish is about to kick off the second round. All right, here we go. They got Pat McAfee up on the stage. A couple other guys up there too. I think it's all the guys who are announcing their team's pick. So DJ Ward should be up there for the Broncos, but it was pretty zoomed in. Yeah, they're talking about the records being set for the draft, which happens every year. It's gonna keep getting one up every single year. So oh, they're showing a bunch of the former NFL guys who grew up in Pennsylvania, specifically Western Pennsylvania for Pittsburgh. Oh yeah, they did have TJ Ward up there. Saw his Broncos hoodie. All right, round 2 is officially open, and the San Francisco 49ers are on the clock. They have 7 minutes to make their selection. Here we go. Here we go. And then it goes down to 6 minutes for round number 3. According to Schefter, the 49ers are going to stick and pick here at pick number 33, which makes sense. They traded down from, 27, got a few more picks, and so now they're going to select who their guy is at number 33. And now, as kind of mentioned at the end of last stream, now it's nervous. There's guys who you wanted to slip. I mean, there was still in the first round, but there's a lot of guys who the Broncos could target who are kind of mocked here in the second round. So it's nerve-wracking. Just don't take Jacob Rodriguez. Don't take Anthony Hill. Don't take Eli Stowers. Don't take Oscar Delp. Those are the 4 guys who I personally want for the Broncos right here. Other guys I'd be cool with, but as we get closer, we will talk more about who I want the Broncos to get. Christian Miller would be another cool one. Here we go. Waiting on the 49ers. They're showing their war room with Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch, and the rest of their front office. We'll see who the 49ers select here at pick number 33. All right, 5 minutes left for the San Francisco 49ers here. Got to make sure not to look at my phone. Let me make sure I have everything turned off. There we go. And we'll just set my phone a little bit out of reach. Love the surprise aspect of it. So That's why I watch live. That's why I have the rule of no spoiling in the chat. And yeah, so here we go. Here we go. 4.5 minutes for the 49ers. Again, I think the NFL is making them wait a little bit before they officially submit their pick because they love to talk about it. They love to build up the anticipation. They love to draw out the length so they get more money. I mean, obviously. So here we go. Just over 4 minutes remaining for the San Francisco 49ers. We'll see when they officially submit it. At pick 34, the Arizona Cardinals are there. Did they trade up or was that always their pick? I can't remember what I said when I was looking at it. I think it might have always been there. It was always their pick, I believe. We'll wait until a couple picks are in. I would say maybe 5-ish, 5 through 10-ish. Then we'll delete the first round so we just have the second round displayed on the bottom scroll. Just under 3 minutes 20. Still waiting on the 49ers to officially submit their pick. They're showing the Cardinals war room right now. And so, yeah, here we go. They're talking about the Cardinals potentially drafting a quarterback in the second round, missing out on Ty Simpson. Right now, they're talking about Carson Beck, who I do think would be the next quarterback off the board. There's obviously Drew Aller, but he got hurt. He's got a big arm, but definitely needs some more development. Cole Payton adds a running element to the quarterback position, but I'll be honest, I do not like left-handed quarterbacks. It's just I don't like them. I don't like them. There's just something about it. Hate flipping your offensive line and changing your offense for the left-handed quarterback, but that's just not me. And not for me. But Cole Payton, athletic guy. If you don't mind having a left-handed quarterback, he could be. I mean, they were talking about him going early. We'll see if the Cardinals decide to go with a quarterback at 34, or if they wait for another guy later and they roll with Jacoby Brissett. The Niners have 2 minutes remaining to make their selection, so we'll see what happens. And the pick is now officially in for the San Francisco 49ers. We'll see what the 49ers select, or who the 49ers select here at pick number 33. All right. Waiting on the Niners, talking about some pass rush help. There's some guys. There's TJ Parker. There's Cassius Howell still available. We'll see who the 49ers select. They're mentioning Trayden Stukes potentially going here. As a guy who might go late 1, early 2, who would be a surprise pick, I guess. Waiting for the commissioner. They're panning to the stage right now. He should be coming out any second now. All right, who is the 49er? Who's making the selection for the 49ers? All right, here's this 49er selection. They're it's punter Andy Lee for the 49ers making the announcement. Dejon Stribling. Wow. Former Oklahoma State wide receiver. So started at Washington State, transferred to my alma mater, Oklahoma State, and then transferred to Ole Miss this past season. Love Dejon Stribling, obviously as a former Oklahoma State Cowboy. But the first pick in the second round is surprising to me over Denzel Boston, over Jeremy Bernard. A little bit shocked, but good for Dejon Stribling. Good for Dejon Stribling. All right, now we go ahead. We're going to go ahead and we're going to put the Arizona Cardinals on the clock. Could they go quarterback here? That's been a big discussion at the start of this draft. So we'll see what they go ahead and they do here. But yeah, Dejon Stribling, just a big body guy who can go up and they'll make those contested catches, but also has some nice speed to go down the field. All right, the pick is officially in for the Arizona Cardinals. Cardinals pick is in. I think I mentioned that. We'll see. Talking about quarterbacks, like I said, but yeah. As I mentioned, I do want the Broncos to trade up for Jacob Rodriguez, but I think we're a little bit out of range for that. I think you're going to have to wait until mid 40s. Mid 40s would be the earliest. I think 45 you could try and get it done, but it's going to be a steep price. It would be a steep price. Good afternoon, Crazy Ray. How are you doing? How are you doing? All right, here we go. The Cardinal selection is coming in. It is James Conner, former Steeler, current Cardinal, and now it's kind of funny because they drafted Jeremiah Love last night. Chase Bisontis, guard out of Texas A&M. Guard out of Texas A&M. Yeah, he was one of the best guards available. I think I personally preferred Emmanuel Pregnon, but Chase Bisontis was one of the two top guards still available in this class. I think it really just depended on who you asked. I liked Pregnon better, but definitely understand the pick of Chase Bisontis. You're helping protect right now Jacoby Brissett and whoever your future quarterback is, whoever you select. But then also, you're also helping Jeremiah Love by opening running lanes behind him. So yeah, good pick for the Cardinals in selecting Chase Bisontis, Jeremiah Love, and Chase Bisontis. Nice 1-2 punch, nice 1-2 pick for the Arizona Cardinals. Now, the Buffalo Bills are on the clock. Are they going to stick and pick? They traded down, I think it was 3 times last night. So, we'll see. I would assume they're going to stick and pick here. They got a ton of picks last night. They have 9 picks remaining. They got 350 left. We'll see. Maybe they end up executing another trade and picking up more. But we'll see what happens here. We will see what happens here. Three minutes Okay, and the pick, as I said that, the pick just goes in for the Buffalo Bills. I think around pick number 38, 40-ish, we're gonna delete the first round, and we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna just have the second round displayed. All right, Bills pick is in. They're showing their war room. New head coach Joe Brady, right? Yeah, Joe Brady. We'll see what they go ahead and do here. All right, Bills pick is in. About to be announced here. We're gonna be flying. We're gonna get a lot of picks faster tonight. Here's the Bills selection. TJ Parker, the edge rusher out of Clemson. Good pick. Good pick for the Bills. A guy who I definitely thought was going to be a first round pick and someone who I liked over Cassius Howell, but now Cassius Howell, I don't mind the value of here in the second round. But TJ Parker gets after the quarterback. Great pick for the Buffalo Bills right here, getting some more pass rush help for them. Could have seen them going secondary with Teron Johnson leaving in free agency. You had Jermod McCoy available if you're comfortable with his injury history. There's Tredan Stukes. There's a couple of the corners that you could have gone with. AJ Halsey's a hot name right now. So, yeah, I like the pick, getting some pass rush help on that defensive side of the football. They got some pass rushers in last year's draft as well. They selected, it was TJ. Did they select TJ Sanders last year? I think they did. Yeah, they drafted TJ Sanders last year, and then they draft TJ Parker this year in the second round. TJ Parker and TJ Sanders, and then they also got Landon Jackson as well. The Raiders are now on the clock. Please don't take someone I like. Please don't take Jacob Rod. Oh, wait, we have a trade alert. We have a trade alert. The Raiders are trading the pick to the Houston Texans. We'll get the Houston Texans on the clock here in just a second, but the Houston Texans are now on the clock at pick number 36. Makes me nervous. I don't want the Raiders to take Jacob Rodriguez. That would pain me. That would pain me, dude. I'm going to look at the Raiders depth chart to see who their off-ball backers are. Let's see. They got Nakobe Dean and Quay Walker. I don't think they would take one, in all honesty. The pick is in for the Texans now. Yeah, they got Quay Walker, Nakobe Dean. Believe they got both of those guys in free agency, right? They did, yeah. Yeah, they did. Okay. That makes me feel a little bit better, but then again, you don't know what teams they're going to do in the NFL draft, so they could still break my heart. We'll see where the Texans go. Last night they went O-line with who did they draft? Who did they draft? Where do I see him on here? Houston, 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 Houston. Yeah, I went Keelan Rutledge, guard, which I thought was a little early. I thought Keelan Rutledge was a mid-second round guy at the earliest. So there was that, but they could go tackle here. There's still some good tackles available on the board. There was a rumor that defensive line could go early, so Caden McDonald could be a guy here. If they go edge, Cassius Howell, R. Mason Thomas, Zion Young. Let's see the tackles. There's Jennings Dunker. That could be the pick. Caleb Tiernan. Those are the two. Oh, I gotta mute this commercial. It just got that weird audio that that's honestly making my ears hurt. But Jennings Dunker, Caleb Tiernan. If they want to go center, Connor Lew available. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see who the Texans decide to take here at pick number 36. All right, we are back from commercial break, about to find out who the Texans are taking at 36. The Raiders only traded down 2 spots to 38, so here is the Texans pick at 36. Caden McDonald, yep. He was going to go pretty early. Great run defender, and the run on there was a report earlier today that defensive line running or a run on defensive line is going to go early. Here's one of the first ones. Obviously, you had Caden McDonald. You had you had TJ Parker, then Caden McDonald. So there's going to be a run on defensive linemen. But now we have the New York Giants. And who did I have them selecting in the first round with their 5th overall pick? Sonny Styles. Who did they not take? Sonny Styles. Who could they take here? Jacob Rodriguez. So am nervous about this pick about Jacob Rodriguez potentially, especially when you think of the fact that now that they have Arvell Reese, they have Abdul Carter, they could trade Kayvon Thibodeau. I do think they could go linebacker here. So we'll see. We'll see. Maybe they grab a weapon to help out Jackson Dart. You got Malik Neighbors. Tight ends, it would be a little bit early for, but I wouldn't be surprised if they went with Eli Stowers. There's still some nice receivers out there. There's Denzel Boston if you want to get a jump ball receiver to go across from Malik Neighbors. There's Denzel Boston. There's Jeremy Bernard, who I like. Chris Brazzell, Zachariah Branch, Chris Bell, if you're not concerned about his torn ACL at the end of the season. Like I mentioned, a little bit early for the tight ends, I would say. But if they took Stowers, I would not be shocked. Their offensive line is pretty set with Jermaine Illuminor, Andrew Thomas. You got Francis Maui-Noah last night who might kick inside to guard. Maybe you take a center, but I doubt it. Running back, I doubt it unless you go Jonah Coleman. Maybe they take Mike Washington, who I know a lot of people like. I'm not as high on, but yeah, we'll see. The pick is officially in for the Giants, and I just hope it's not Jacob Rodriguez. He's definitely going to, I mean, he's probably going to go before the Broncos selection. But I'm just hoping that he doesn't. Yeah, they're saying Arvell Reese at pick 5 is the highest pick by a John Harbaugh coach team, but he really didn't earn the 5th overall pick. That was the previous regime of Brian Dable. But I understand why they put it. But the Giants, they took Arvell Reese, second best player in the draft for me. Francis Mauigoa, my top tackle in the draft. So they've had a pretty good draft so far. Just please not Jacob Rodriguez. Good for Caden McDonald. They're interviewing him, who supposed to be drafted last night, but falls and now is drafted here early in the second round. Yeah, Caden McDonald is a fantastic player. That's a great pick for the Texans here. Waiting on the Giants selection here at 37. Then it's the Raiders followed by the Browns. Here's the Giants selection. The commish is coming to the stage. Colton Hood, the other Tennessee cornerback, wins. So it's not Jermod McCoy, who I thought could arguably be the best corner in the draft. So I'm wondering what the medical looks like on Jermod McCoy, because obviously missed the entire season, so didn't play this past year. But his 2024 film looks fantastic. Colton Hood played this year at Tennessee instead of Jermod McCoy, and he was fantastic as well. I thought he could have been a late first, early second round guy, so nothing against Colton Hood. I think he's a fantastic player, but the first question that comes to my mind is, what is the medical looking like on Jermod McCoy? Because he is a fantastic player, but obviously hasn't played football in a year. So you gotta be fine with the medical. But the Raiders are now back on the clock. Former Colorado guy, transferred to Tennessee this past year. But the Giants are having a heck of a draft. Now, please, Raiders, please don't take Jacob Rodriguez. It's looking. I mean, I don't think their pick is in. I wouldn't think it is with the way they addressed linebacker with Nakobe Dean and everyone in free agency. But we'll see. All right, who are the Raiders pairing Fernando Mendoza with? A wide receiver wouldn't be a bad option. I would guess maybe it's going to be Denzel Boston. That would be my guess. We'll see where they go though. Yeah, mentioning Mother's Day. Traden Stukes. They do go with Stukes. The safety out of Arizona. Now, I don't think I was as high as on Traden Stukes here. He was rumored, though, to go earlier than most people, or than I was expected, as a guy who could have gone late first, early second. So the value is there. I'm not saying they reached. I just personally wasn't as high on Traden Stukes than a lot of other people were. But the Raiders now have Fernando Mendoza and Traden Stukes with their first two picks. Let's get the Raiders off the screen immediately and put the Cleveland Browns on the clock, who possess the 39th overall pick. And then the Chiefs are at 40. Oh, man, please tell me the Chiefs don't go off-ball linebacker. I think they need to go pass rush, but they did lose their linebacker, but they still got Nick Bolton and Drew Tranquill. They took Jeffrey Bassa last year, so they definitely still could go, but the pick is in for the Browns right now, but we'll see. We'll see. I'm just hoping they don't go Jacob Rodriguez. That would break my heart. We survived one of our division rivals. Now we got to survive another one. And I think we could jump the Chargers if they stay put for Jacob Rodriguez, if that's someone who they would want. I don't know if they do want him, but we'll see. We are headed now to commercial break with the Cleveland Browns the Cleveland Browns pick is in at 39, which means the Chiefs are on the clock at pick number 40. All right. Let's have a reminder of who the Browns selected last night. They had two picks. They traded down with the Chiefs to 9, and they drafted Spencer Fano, the offensive tackle, one of the offensive tackles out of Utah. And then also they had a late-round pick selecting Casey Concepcion, the wide receiver out of Texas A&M. Where do they go here? Jermon McCoy is still available if they want to go defense. In my mock draft, who did I have them selecting? It was Carnell Tate and who else did I have them selecting? I think it was an offensive tackle later. I can't remember. I don't have that pulled up, but let's see here. It was Carnell Tate, who obviously was off the board. And then, I had Max Ihonachor, the offensive tackle out of Arizona State, going at pick 24. So, yeah, they addressed both positions that I thought they would go. Maybe they go with an edge guy. Defensive line, that's the position that's kind of hot right now. But let's go ahead. Let's take the first round off of the board. And now we will just have round 2. $40 left on this commercial break, and then we have the Cleveland Browns pick, followed by the Kansas City Chiefs and the Cincinnati Bengals. I think I'll just do it for every team. Let's look at the Bengals depth chart. Let's look at off-ball linebacker for them. They obviously had the Browns selected Carson Schlesinger last year, so I don't think they go off-ball linebacker this year. And then they have Barrett Carter and Demetrius Knight. Demetrius Knight was a 3rd-round pick for them last year, I think. Not a 2nd-round pick at 49 last year. So I don't know if they go off-ball linebacker. And Barrett Carter was a 4th-round pick last year. So we'll see how they feel about them. But I think we're good for right now. As long as the linebackers keep falling, man. Give me Jacob Rodriguez. Give me Anthony Hill. Those are the two I want right now. All right, here we go with the Cleveland Browns here at pick number 39. It says their best needs are defensive tackle, safety, guard. So we'll see. They got Joe Hayden. Joe Hayden's making the selection for the Browns, which is funny because he played for the Steelers as well. Wow. They double up on receiver and go Denzel Boston, the Washington wide receiver. So now they pair Casey Concepcion up with Denzel Boston. And so now their receiving room is looking like Denzel Boston is your X. You got Casey Concepcion probably as your slot. And then Jerry Jeudy out there as well. So they are surrounding Shedeur Sanders. They want to see if he is their franchise quarterback. And if he's not, then you're setting up whoever is your franchise quarterback up with success, with two weapons in Concepcion in Boston and a nice offensive line as well. That's a really nice pick. I liked Denzel Boston. I thought he was a first-round guy, and I know a lot of other people didn't like Denzel Boston. There was concerns about him, but I liked him in the first round. But here in the second round, that is even better value. And now at 40, we have to put our division rival Kansas City Chiefs on the clock. They took Mansour Delane last night. They traded up for him, and then they took Peter Woods at the end of the first round. They did lose their third and their fifth round pick in the trade up. So maybe KC trades down here from 40, but we'll see. The Chiefs, nope. Their pick is in. Their pick is in. Please do not take Jacob Rodriguez. I do not want to see him in Kansas City. I think he is going to be a fantastic player, but we'll see who the Chiefs select here. It's going to be the Cincinnati Bengals, and then the New Orleans Saints following. I think they probably go pass rusher here, maybe a Cassius Howell. As always, after Chiefs, heck yeah. always crazy, Ray. They go R. Mason Thomas, the edge out of Oklahoma. Now, this is a lazy comp, but when I was watching him, he reminded me a lot like Nick Benito. And they just said it on the broadcast. Just the way he gets off the ball and kind of his speed rusher and his bend and his ability to get to the quarterback, he reminds me so much of Nick Benito. And they said it on the broadcast. Yeah, he reminds me a lot of Nick Benito. Yeah, he looks a lot like Nick Benito if you're watching on the broadcast. So they got their own Nick Benito stylistically in terms of play style. We'll have to see if he produces at the level that Nick Benito plays, but that's a good pick for the Chiefs, unfortunately. That is unfortunate. Let's get the Chiefs off the screen as quick as possible. And now let's put the Bengals on the clock. Now here at pick 41, if the Broncos wanted to trade up, I think this is right on the edge, maybe just outside of their range. If they did trade up, it would be probably a majority of their draft picks. It would probably be 62, 108, and probably 112. Maybe you could keep, or 112, 111. You could keep 111. You probably have to give up both fourths, but maybe you could keep 111 and give up your fifth. But either way, you would be giving up a lot of draft capital to move up here. The Bengals pick is in, but if you think a player is worth it, you should absolutely move up, because I think it's pretty obvious that George and Sean Payton think their roster is pretty much complete with how much they brought back of their free agents they wanted to retain. So the only outside additions they made was, of course, Jalen Waddle and then Tyson Anderson. All right, here is the Bengals selection. Let's see who they select. They go Cassius Howell. They obviously didn't have a first-round pick, trading that away for Dexter Lawrence, but they go Cassius Howell, the edge rusher out of Texas A&M. Wasn't super high on him in the first round, but here at 41, I don't mind the value. I think that's great for the Cincinnati Bengals, and now their first picks in back-to-back years are both from Texas A&M. Shamar Stewart last year, Cassius Howell this year. So they are addressing their defense still. They have that offense with Joe Burrow, with T. Higgins, with Jamar Chase. Got to work on that defense. This is a great pick in the second round. Didn't like him in the first, but here at pick 41, I think that's great value. Now, we take the Bengals off of the board and we head to the NFC South to put the New Orleans Saints on the clock. And I didn't look. Let's take a look at the New Orleans Saints depth chart. Who is their off-ball linebackers? They got Caden Ellis and Pete Werner. They drafted Danny Stutzman last year, but I would not be shocked if this was, and their pick is in, I would not be shocked if this ended up being, Jacob Rodriguez. Now, my hope is that inside linebacker typically falls and there's other positions of need available. But, man, Jacob Rodriguez is so talented. He was my 18th best player in the draft. I think he is going to go soon, unfortunately. Here's Marquise Colston to announce the Saints selection. Marquez Colston, I guess. They go Christian Miller, the defensive lineman out of Georgia. Yeah, this is a great pick. He's a guy who, if the Broncos had stayed at pick 30 and they wanted to go interior, I liked Christian Miller. Of course, I liked Caden McDonald the most, Caleb Banks, and Peter Woods, but Christian Miller is a fantastic player, fantastic guy at stopping the run, and has the upside, honestly, to develop as a pass rusher, to get in that interior pass rush help. That's a great selection for the New Orleans Saints, who, obviously, they're hoping that Tyler Shuck's their guy. They drafted Jordan Tyson last year to help him out, and now they're addressing their defense with a phenomenal player in Christian Miller. So now on the clock is the team that we made a trade with earlier this offseason in the Miami Dolphins. And do we make a trade with them again? Do we trade up? Do we go ahead and get Jacob Rodriguez? I would be all for that. We are entering striking distance for the Broncos. Now, obviously, it would still be a lot to give up, but I wouldn't mind it, man. I wouldn't mind it. I love Jacob Rodriguez. The Dolphins are on the clock. We'll see if they make a trade. They got 2 minutes, 50 seconds left to make their selection or to trade the pick. They got 11 picks, so if they're comfortable at sticking and picking here, maybe they don't, but we'll see. It's the Dolphins on the clock, followed by the Jets and the Ravens. While we're here, let's take a look, as always, as per usual now, let's take a look at their depth chart. Dolphins at off-ball linebacker. I would assume they go receiver here because they went, Caden Proctor last night, and who else? Who did they go last night? I'm blanking. It was, they went Chris Johnson, that's right, the corner out of San Diego State. So their inside linebackers are Jordan Brooks, Terrell Dotson, and Willie Gay. So they definitely could go Jacob Rodriguez here. I'm hoping they go receiver with Malik Washington, Jalen Tolbert, and Tutu Atwell as their receivers. We'll see what they do. Then we take a look at the New York Jets here. The pick is now in for the Dolphins. The Jets, their inside linebackers are Demario Davis, who they signed for agency, but he's getting up there in age. Kiko Mauinoa and Mykal Walker. So the Dolphins and the Jets definitely could take Jacob Rodriguez. And then I think also the Ravens. There's been a lot of mock drafts that I've seen where the Baltimore Ravens, they take Jacob Rodriguez But let's take a look at their depth chart anyway. The Ravens have Roquan Smith, Teddy Buchanan from last year. Yeah, Roquan Smith and Teddy Buchanan. I like Teddy Buchanan. We'll see what they think of him, but Roquan Smith and Buchanan, I don't know if they take him necessarily. They also have Trenton Simpson, a linebacker who I liked in the draft a few years ago, so I don't know if they take him, but the Dolphins and the Jets are definitely two teams that I could see taking Jacob Rodriguez, so I'm hoping that's not going to be the case, but we'll have to see. We got 40 seconds left of commercial break, and then we will be back with the Dolphins pick at 43, followed by the Jets and the Ravens. Let's see. Coming back in 5 seconds. All right, we are back. Let's see where the Dolphins go at pick 43. They're talking about Jermon McCoy. Okay, we're going to the Dolphins pick, but the Lions have traded up to the Jets selection. We'll talk about that in a second. Here is the Dolphins selection. All right, here's the Dolphins selection. Man. That's a great pick. That's a great pick for the Dolphins, and that sucks. That's who I really wanted, but at least it is not. At least it's not one of our division rivals. That's all I'm gonna say. At least it's not one of our division rivals. If we couldn't have him, I'm glad they didn't get him. But we do have a trade alert. The Lions, if I can find them, there they are now on the clock after trading up to 44 with the Jets. Still says the Jets are on the clock, but Schefter already reported that the Lions are trading up here to 44. We'll pop up the trade alert again. The Jets are trading the pick, of course, to the Detroit Lions. And their pick is officially in the Lions. And I don't know how I feel about the Dolphins pick. I liked Caden Proctor, but at 12, that was early for me. Chris Johnson, thought was more of a second-round corner. But obviously, I love Jacob Rodriguez, and I thought he was a first-round guy. So that's a great value for them right there. All right, here's Megatron making the Lions selection at 44. They go Derek Moore. Not the edge I was expecting to go. The edge out of Michigan. But obviously, Detroit is in Michigan, so this is a local guy for them. And they're pairing up Aiden Hutchinson with Derek Moore as the Baltimore Ravens are on the clock, and there's a ton of boos coming from the crowd. Now, for me, 3 players that I still like, and I have a good feeling that at least one of them, if not more, are going to be there. That's going to be Anthony Hill, the linebacker from the University of Texas. That would be Oscar Delp, the tight end out of Georgia, and Eli Stowers, the tight end out of Vanderbilt. Those are the 3 that I personally want, but we'll see. We'll see. 3 minutes left, just under 3 minutes, I should say, for the Baltimore Ravens to select their pick. We will be at commercial break for 3 minutes, so their pick should be in, and it just came in. The Ravens pick is in, followed by the Buccaneers at pick 46 and the Indianapolis Colts at 47. If the Broncos wanted to trade up, they could here in just a second. Also, I forgot, I wouldn't mind CJ Allen. Does he fit the mold of a coverage linebacker? Not really. But we'll see. He would be a fantastic player, not necessarily the style of linebacker that we need. But we are starting to get to the range where a trade up would probably cost one of the 4th rounders, but arguably you could trade a 5th rounder. Again, but we'll see. We'll see. We're starting to get to that range. Still, it's a little early. You would still have to give up a lot to get to this point, but we'll see. Got just over a minute, about a minute to make of commercials left, and then we'll see the Ravens selection. All right, had to fill up my water there. And we got 15 seconds, and the Ravens will be back on the clock. Oh, did my internet reset? I just got a bunch of stuff that popped up. I hope we're all good. I hope we're all good. Let me go check. All right. It looks like we're good. It looks like we're good. Great. Thank you. I appreciate that, Crazy Ray. All right. Here's the Ravens selection as the boos come in. Is that Mark Ingram making the pick? I think it might be. Yeah, it is Mark Ingram. Zion Young, the Missouri Edge. A guy who many people thought could go in the first round. Good for Zion Young. And now, at 46, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are on the clock. Last night, the Buccaneers got a steal, in my opinion, by selecting Ruben Bain Jr. at 15. Fantastic player. So, yeah, I mean, we'll see what the Buccaneers do right here. They always steal players who I want. I think they probably could go off-ball backer. We'll see, though. Yeah, they got Alex Anzalone and Christian Roseboom with Servakia Dennis. So they could wait till later too. We'll see. If they do go off-ball linebacker, I would prefer it be CJ Allen because I want the Broncos to get Anthony Hill. But we'll see. The pick is officially in for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, followed by the Colts and the Atlanta Falcons. Let's see. Let's look at my big board here. Look for the best available. It's Jermod McCoy, but we don't need cornerback. Please no. Wow. They go Josiah Trotter. Someone who a lot of Broncos fans thought was going to be their pick out of Missouri. And somehow, one sec, I messed up. And somehow, Anthony Hill and CJ Allen continue to fall. This is fantastic. I'm looking to move up if I'm the Broncos to get one of those guys. Would be cool if we stayed put and got Oscar Delp. I love Oscar Delp. But you could get him potentially later depending on how the league views him, or Eli Stowers. So things are shaping out really, really nicely for the Denver Broncos right now. I liked Josiah Trotter. Didn't like it at 62. I would have liked it if we traded down to get him. But he goes before CJ Allen and Anthony Hill. Wow. That's crazy. All right, the Colts now. If we go to the AFC South, we'll put the Colts on the clock. They did not have a first-round pick last night, of course, trading that pick to Sauce Gardner. And we have a trade alert. The Colts are trading their pick at 47-2. The Pittsburgh Steelers, the hometown team for the draft, is on the clock. Who are the Steelers going to select here? Let's go ahead. Let's change the scroll bar. And we'll see who. Let's look at the Steelers off-ball linebackers. Internet might be. My internet might be scuffling here. Uh-oh. I hope everything's still good on the stream. My internet's been up and down because they're messing with stuff in my neighborhood. So hopefully everything is still good. But Patrick Queen and Malik Harrison are their off-ball linebackers. Let me go check my stream. Let's go refresh this. Everything looks good still. Well, still good. Perfect. It keeps scaring me. Keeps scaring me. Like I said last night, if it goes offline, I'll just come right back online as soon as I can. All right, here's John Stallworth with the Steelers selection. Steelers got 47, 249. They traded 53, 135, and 237. They go with Jeremy Bernard, the wide receiver out of Alabama. I really like Jeremy Bernard. To be honest, he was higher than a lot of receivers that went earlier. I really liked Jeremy Bernard out of Alabama. Started out at Washington and then followed Kalen DeBoer to Alabama. I forgot to put the pick in for the Steelers there. We'll just do that real quick. And then we'll go ahead and take them off the board and go to the NFC South and put the Falcons on the clock at 48. All right. Falcons. Falcons got Devon Diablo and Christian Harris as their inside backers, so I could see them going with an inside backer here. And then Minnesota has Eric Wilson and Blake Cashman. They have Ivan Pace as well, but I could also see them going for an inside backer. We'll see. These are two spots that linebackers could definitely go. Again, linebackers typically fall. So we'll see if they have their eye on anybody else, but we're going to commercial. The Falcons have 3 minutes to make their selection. And then you have the Jets at 50. The pick is in for the Falcons. But then you have the Jets at 50. So these next 3 spots could be inside linebackers. Let's see. Got 3 minutes of commercial. All right. Let me look at the draft order real quick. Just so we can look ahead. Got to make sure not to get spoiled here. But it's the Falcons, Vikings, and Jets, who definitely could go inside linebacker. And then you got the Panthers, Packers, and then we're about 10 picks away. Got just over a minute left of commercials. $30 seconds. Next commercial break, I'm going to update my big board with all the landing spots of the players. Where do the Falcons go? The Falcons are making their first selection after trading their first round pick in the last year's draft to the to the Rams, I believe, to trade up for James Pierce. There's Matt Ryan in the front office. Arthur Blank, right? That's their owner. Here's the Falcons selection at 48. Here's the Falcons selection at 48. Michael Turner making the selection for the Falcons. They go Avian Terrell. They get AJ Terrell's brother, and he is headed to Atlanta. That's cool. That's really cool. Avian and AJ Terrell get to play together in Atlanta. That's actually pretty cool. I still like Jermon McCoy. Obviously, the injury is why he's falling. But pairing Avian and AJ Terrell, that's really cool. Yeah, I mean, it was obviously the ACL, but you're almost a year removed. You hope we don't take it. I mean, I hope we don't take Jermon McCoy solely for the fact that we don't have any room in that cornerback room unless you trade away Riley Moss. But Surtain, Moss, and then you have McMillan, plus you have Jahdae Barron just as that extra DB. I don't want him for that fact. But, I mean, Jermod's so talented that he's a great player. But I'm with you. I hope we don't take him. We just don't need corner. We just don't need corner at that point. We need to go linebacker. We need to go tight end, running back, defensive interior would be fine. But yeah, we don't need him. But he's a great player. He's a great player, but yeah, we don't need to we don't need to go with him. All right, let's take the Falcons off the clock here and put the Minnesota Vikings on the clock. The Vikings, they are trading their pick. We have got a trade alert. The Vikings are trading their pick to the Carolina Panthers. The Panthers move up 2 spots, jumping. Who did they jump? But their pick is in. Let's put them on, and then we got to take the Vikings off. They jumped the Jets. The Panthers jumped the Jets. And I know the Jets needed off-ball linebacker. They signed to Mario Davis, but he's older. We'll see where the Panthers went. Let's see who the Carolina Panthers traded up for. They went Monroe Freeling in the first. So the Panthers received pick 49 and pick 159. The Vikings got 51 and 196. That doesn't make sense for the Vikings. They got 2 worse picks. They moved down 2 spots and they trade away 1. That doesn't make any sense. That's got to be wrong. That's got to be wrong. All right, here's the Panthers selection at 49. It's Jake Delhomme making the pick. They go Lee Hunter, the defensive lineman out of Texas Tech. Now, while I wasn't super high on Lee Hunter, I know someone wanted him last night. So I feel for you. If you wanted Lee Hunter, I feel for you. Not my guy personally, but if you wanted him, I feel bad for you. I do, if you wanted him. But he is the pick to the Panthers at 49, and the Jets are now on the clock. At pick 50. So they go Monroe Freeling in the first and then Lee Hunter in the second. And we're getting close. We're getting close. I think we're 12 picks away. We're at pick 50 on the draft, and the Broncos sit at pick 62. So we are 12 picks away. We'll see. Let's see if I can't get any updates on that trade, because that trade did not make any sense. I guess I misread it. The Panthers are trading 51 and 159 for 49 and 146. Okay. Yeah, I definitely misread that. I thought the Vikings were getting the 2 worst picks. No. Okay, it makes sense. The Panthers get 51, or the Panthers are trading away pick 51 and pick 159 for 49 and 196. Okay. That makes a lot more sense. I wasn't reading properly. Let's just say that. The Jets have under 3 minutes now to make their selection, and we got 1:45 left of ads before we come back. But the Jets are on the clock at 50, Vikings on the clock at 51, and then the Packers at 52 are on the clock, and we will be 10 picks away. We'll see what the Broncos do. There are rumors we could trade up, and I could have seen it. George Payton loves his picks, so we could absolutely trade down as the Jets pick is in. We'll see what happens. This is a spot. This is a spot for linebacker here. But we are at next commercial break. I've kind of forgot about this. I was going to update my picks. Jermaine McCoy still on the board. Caden McDonald went to the Texans. Emmanuel McNeil Warren. Dude, Emmanuel McNeil Warren's still there. I don't want safety, but that's kind of crazy he's still there. Avian Terrell just went to the Falcons. CJ Allen still on the board. Keldrick Falk went to the Bears. No, he didn't go to the Bears. He went to the Titans. PJ Parker went earlier to the Bills. Denzel Boston went to the Browns. Peter Woods went to the Chiefs. We're back from commercial break. Emmanuel Pregnon still available. Christian Miller. Where did he go? We'll have to look at that in just a second. Christian Miller went to the Saints. Let's just add that real quick. All right. The Jets have had a really nice draft so far. Went David Bailey. Didn't love David Bailey at 2. Then they went Kenyon Sadiq. The tight end out of Oregon. Love that pick. They traded up for Omar Cooper. Love that pick as well. And now they traded down a couple picks. And now they're making their selection here at pick number 50. Let's see who the Jets select. D'Angelo Pons. I liked D'Angelo Pons. I actually, if he was in the first round, I would not have mind. Would have mind. Oh my goodness, how do I want to? I need to phrase this properly. I would not have minded if D'Angelo Pons was a first round pick. I really like D'Angelo Pons, the Indiana corner. But now he is a Jet. I really like what the Jets are doing in this draft. I think they've had a fantastic draft so far. Shout out to Darren Muji. But now at pick 51, we're going to go ahead and we are going to put the Minnesota Vikings on the clock. Yeah, what a nice draft for the Jets. David Bailey, Sadiq, Omar Cooper, and D'Angelo Pons. All right, Caleb Lomu went to the Patriots. Colton Hood. Where? Oh my goodness. Colton Hood, we got to remember where he went. Colton Hood. The pick is in for the Vikings. I'm trying to find it. Where is he? Where are you, Colton? Oh my goodness, I can't find him on here. I know he was drafted. He went to the Giants. Okay. There we go. Found him. And then Jeremy Bernard went to the Steelers. Casey Concepcion, Browns. All right, we'll leave that for now. Here's the Viking selection. I could see them going to Emmanuel McNeil Warren. I had them going with him in the first round of my mock. He's still available all the way down here at 51. Would not be shocked if Emmanuel McNeil Warren is the pick right here. Jake Golday, the Cincinnati linebacker. Dude. This is looking really good for the Broncos. Anthony Hill and CJ Allen are on the board if you still want them. Oscar Delp and Eli Stowers. Holy cow. It's looking good. I mean, Jake Golday is a great player. And I know a lot of Broncos fans who wanted Jake Golday. Didn't love him at 62. Would have been okay with it. Would have liked him in a trade down scenario. But CJ Allen, Anthony Hill, man, we're in striking distance. If one of the Paytons gets uncomfortable or impatient, we can trade up. We are getting into that range. But let's go ahead. Let's take the Vikings off the board and put the Packers on the clock, who have not made a selection yet. This will be their first selection because, of course, they traded their first-round pick for Micah Parsons. The pick is in for the Green Bay Packers. Did I put it in? I did, yeah. All right, we're going to commercial break. Let's go ahead. Let's keep updating this chart that I have right here. D'Angelo Pons went to the Jets. Cassius Howell, where did he go? Cassius Howell went to Cincinnati. Jadarian Price, I didn't fill this in yet. He went to the Seahawks last night. Eli Stowers still on the board. Max Ihanachor went to the Steelers. Chris Brazel still on the board. Oscar Delp still on the board. Jennings Dunker still on the board. R. Mason Thomas went to the Chiefs. Brandon Cisse is still on the board. Keith Abney still on the board. Anthony Hill still on the board. Grayson Halton, Zion Young, Jonah Coleman, Josiah Trotter, Jake Golday just went to the Vikings. Lee Hunter went to Carolina. The Panthers. Max Clare is still on the board. Caleb Tiernan, Zachariah Branch, Connor Lew, Chris Bell, Nicholas Singleton, Katrin Allen. We still got a lot of guys. Chase Bisontes. Yeah, I'll just continue to update this later. Probably tonight. Well, we'll see. Because for doing the 7 hours tomorrow, I'm going to need to get some sleep tonight. But we got the Packers at 52, followed by the Colts at 53, and the Eagles at 54. Let's go ahead. Let's take a look at the depth chart of these teams. The Packers, how are their off-ball linebackers looking? They got Edgerrin Cooper, who was a second-round pick, and Zaire Franklin. Would be surprised if they went off-ball linebacker, to be honest. Then let's go to the Indianapolis Colts, who have... Yeah, I think the Colts probably go off-ball linebacker. Austin Ajaki and John Bullock with Joseph Vaughn. I think the Colts probably go off ball linebacker. And I would assume it's going to be CJ Allen or Anthony Hill. But we'll see. And then the Philadelphia Eagles have, they have Zach Bond and Jod Campbell. They're not going. They got really good inside linebackers. Zach Bond, Jahad Campbell, Smile Mondon, Jeremiah Trotter. Yeah, they got some really good. Yeah, they got some good inside backers. They're not going to take one, but I do think it's an inside backer is probably going to the Colts. All right, Green Bay, the Packers at 52. Here's the Packers selection at 52. Brandon Cisse, we were just talking about him. The cornerback out of South Carolina going to the Packers. But yeah, Jermod McCoy's injury. Holy cow, man. Holy cow. I'll say this, I don't want him in the second, but if he was able to fall into the fourth, which is not going to happen, by the way, I wouldn't mind it. I'm just going to say that. I know we don't need a corner, but the talent, man, the talent that he possesses. All right. Good for Brandon Cisse. Very emotional. They're showing him in his house right now. The Colts are now on the clock. Their pick is in. Followed by the Philadelphia Eagles and then the division rival Los Angeles Chargers. This will be their first selection of the draft after trading for Sauce Gardner at the trade deadline. Here's Pat McAfee making the selection for the Colts. Here's the selection at pick 53. CJ Allen, the linebacker from Georgia. Yeah, I mean, you could see it from a mile away. They needed linebacker help, so there he goes. Anthony Hill is the guy if we're going for linebacker. If we want to go linebacker, he would be the pick there. down to 3 players: Anthony Hill, Oscar Delp, and Eli Stowers that I would want at pick 62. At least my top picks. If we selected Jonah Coleman there, the running back from Washington, I wouldn't be mad. But now, CJ Allen, not the greatest coverage guy, but would have been just a monster on the defense. Nice blitzer, like they're saying on the broadcast. Let's put the Eagles on the clock. We've traded with the Eagles before, and they're one pick before the Chargers. We could jump the Chargers if they would be targeting any of our players, but if we take a look at the Chargers roster, I don't really think they need an off-ball linebacker. Let's see, where are they? Yeah, they got Deion Henley, Denzel Perryman, Junior Colson, who was injured, Troy Dye. I doubt they take an off-ball linebacker here as the Eagles pick is in. And so next up we have the Eagles. And then, well, the Chargers traded with the Patriots. So the Chargers move behind us, actually. The Chargers move behind us. Here's the Eagles selection, though. All right, here's the Eagles selection at 54. Brian Westbrook making the selection. Eli Stowers, the tight end from Vanderbilt, is gone. So, for me, the guys who I would like as we have the trade alert, I believe it's going to be the New England Patriots on the clock here. Anthony Hill or Oscar Delp. Those are the two I would want. Would be okay with Jonah Coleman. We'll talk about this more as we get in as close to the Broncos pick. But we do have a trade alert. And I believe, because I saw it, it is going to be the Patriots on the clock. Let's go ahead, take the Eagles off the clock, go to the AFC East, and put the Patriots on the clock. We'll just leave them with their pick in. But yeah, we're running out. If the Broncos want someone, they should trade up and get him if they really want one. Yep, here is the trade alert. The Chargers are trading the pick to the New England Patriots. There we go. We'll just leave the Patriots pick in. It says they're on the clock, but we'll just leave their pick in. Then here's how the draft is shaping out before the Broncos. It's the Patriots, it's the Jaguars, Bears, Niners, Texans, Bears, Rams. Those are all the picks before us. Patriots get pick number 55 from the Chargers, and in exchange, the Chargers are getting pick 63, pick 131, and pick 202. And that's not a surprise. The Chargers had very little picks in this draft, so moving down, yeah, I'm not surprised at all. Patriots pick is officially in. This is the second time the Patriots have traded up. They traded up to 28 last night to select Caleb Lomu, and then they traded up here. We got just under a minute before we come back from commercial break. All right, we are back from commercial break. And the New England Patriots have traded up with the Chargers. The Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock. Let's see where they go. All right, they're doing a message from the service members of the U.S. Here's this Patriots selection at 55. They go Gabe Akis, the edge rusher from Illinois. Now the Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock, making their first pick of the draft after trading for Travis Hunter. We're going to be the last team to make a first round or make our first pick this year, but that's not surprising. That was kind of expected. All right, Jaguars are on the clock. The Vikings just traded Jonathan Grenard to the Eagles. Wow. The Eagles got Jonathan Grenard, and the Vikings get a third round pick this year and next year. Wow. The Eagles, man. Here's a Jaguar selection. Here's Paul Posluszny. What? They go with Nate Borkature? The tight end from Texas A&M? He's a traditional tight end, that's for sure. He'll put his hand in the dirt, but I mean, I'm surprised over Nate Atkins, over Max Clare, over Sam Roush. Wow. Okay. The Chicago Bears are now on the clock. They have 2 picks ahead of us. That's a surprise. That's a surprise for me. But hey, it's helping my guy Oscar Delp fall to the Broncos potentially. The pick is now in for the Chicago Bears. And we are headed back to commercial break. So far, we have the Bears twice at 57 and at 60. We have the Niners, the Texans, and the Rams ahead of us. 5 picks made ahead of the Broncos. Let's take a look at the Bears first because, well, their pick is in and we need, and they got 2 picks. What's their inside linebackers looking like? Devin Bush, TJ Edwards, DeMarco Jackson, Ruben Hippolyte, Noah Sewell. I mean, they could go Anthony Hill. We'll see. San Francisco. They have, well, yeah, they got Drake Greenlaw back and Fred Warner, so they're not going to take an off-ball linebacker. What could Houston do? Let's see, Houston. They have Henry Teoteo, Azeez Al-Shire, and EJ Speed. I don't think they take him either. And then it would be the Los Angeles Rams with Nate Landman and Omar Speights. I think the Rams are our biggest threat for an inside backer. We are back from commercial break with the Bears selection here. And we'll see where they go at 57. Like I mentioned previously, the teams in front of us, barring a trade, I think the Rams are the most likely to draft a linebacker ahead of us. So we'll see. They're showing Mel Kiper's best available, and Emmanuel Pregnon's there. And I know we met with Emmanuel Pregnon. Not that that means anything, and we're guaranteed to draft him, but I do know we met with Pregnon. So if we're not happy with Ben Powers, Pregnon would be a guy who you could draft and have take over eventually. Not that I think that's necessarily what we should do. I didn't think he was going to be available at this point if he does fall to the Broncos, but I still think we go linebacker or tight end. And if my guys, Oscar Delp and Anthony Hill, are gone, then we can pivot and readjust and look at the best available. Here's the Chicago Bears pick at 57. Here is the Bears selection at 57. Here's the Bears selection at 57. They go with Logan Jones, the Iowa center. Not the top-rated center for me. It was Connor Lew and then Jake Slaughter. And then I think Logan Jones was that third-rated center for me. But they're going ahead and they're building up that offensive line for Caleb Williams, which you always should. It's not a sexy pick, no. But it's needed, especially with a young quarterback. So they get Caleb Williams, another offensive lineman, with Logan Jones. Again, not my top-rated center. He was my third center behind Connor Lew and Jake Slaughter. But he is the pick here for the San Francisco 49ers. For the Chicago Bears. Let's take the Bears off the clock and put the San Francisco 49ers back on the clock. Let me do this. There we go. The 49ers have 5. Oh, the 49ers are making a trade. They are trading the 58th overall pick to the Cleveland Browns. Cleveland has traded up with the Niners. Now, as I mentioned earlier, I don't think Cleveland is a team who is going to take a linebacker. They obviously drafted Carson Schwarzenegger last year. Maybe they surprised me, but I don't think they do. The Cleveland Browns traded up to 58. Let's see where they go ahead and go right here. Here's Joe Hayden. They go Emmanuel McNeill-Warren. I was about to type Emmanuel Pregnon when I heard Emmanuel, but Emmanuel McNeill-Warren, yeah, this is a great pick. This is a great pick. He was still available all the way at 58. A lot of people thought he could have been a first-round pick. Good value for the Browns right here, man. They've had a nice draft as well. Spencer Fano, that was a little bit early, but I liked Casey Concepcion. I liked Denzel Boston, and you get Emmanuel McNeill-Warren right here. This is a good pick for them, as the Houston Texans are back on the clock. I think after the second round has concluded, that first commercial break following the second round, I think I gotta go get my energy up. I'm gonna go get probably an energy drink. I hate them, but gotta get my energy up for the rest of this stream. Here is the Houston Texans back on the clock, followed by the Texans have 5 minutes left to make their pick. The Bears, and then the Rams, and then we are on the clock. We're almost there. The Texans pick is in. I believe when I looked at their depth chart, they didn't necessarily need a off-ball linebacker. It's going to be the Rams. It's going to be the Rams as a team that could potentially take an off-ball linebacker. Yeah. The Texans don't need one, in my opinion. Chicago doesn't need one, in my opinion, but they could. It wouldn't shock me if they did, but I don't think they do. And then the Los Angeles Rams, they could as well, with Nate Landman and Omar Speights, but it wouldn't shock me. All right, here is the Texans selection here at number 59. They go with Marlon Klein, the Michigan tight end. Wow. Interesting. Not a guy that I had. Oh, the Browns are trading the 60th overall, or the Bears are trading the 60th overall pick to the Tennessee Titans. So the Titans are now on the clock. 60. We will get the Titans on the clock. And their pick is in. Whoops. Let's go ahead. Let's take the Texans off the clock and put the Titans on the clock. Let's go ahead. Let's take a look at who the Titans need here. Could they take an off-ball linebacker? Let's see. I mean, they got Cody Barton, but they could. They could. We are headed to commercial break, and then it's the Titans pick is in. The Rams are on the clock, and then let me throw my phone on my bed because I keep getting texts, and I'm afraid I'm going to get spoiled like that. But yeah, I think the Titans here or the Rams could take one of my guys. But since we have 2 picks ahead of us, there's 3 guys. There's more than 3. But my top 2 guys would be Anthony Hill, the linebacker from Texas, Oscar Delp, the tight end out of Georgia, and then the third guy would be Jonah Coleman, the running back from Washington. Would be cool with Max Clare, the tight end out of Ohio State. Would like him in a trade down, but would understand it at 62. We'll see. We'll see. Here soon, I'm going to cover the chat so I don't get spoiled in chat, but we'll wait until we'll wait until the commissioner's walking out for the Rams pick. Got a minute and a half until we come back from commercial break. One minute left until we're back. Almost the Broncos pick. We almost have the Broncos selection. All right. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. I'm getting nervous. I'm getting nervous. Has anyone said anything? Let me see. Nope. Okay. I'm just covering chat right now with this the text box to fill in the scroll wheel here. So 10 seconds. All right, we're back awaiting the Titan selection, then the Rams, and then us. Assuming no one's jumped us, I guess we can look at the draft order, see if anyone has jumped us. No, it's still the Titans and the Rams. Still the Titans and the Rams. Here is the Titans selection. They selected Carnell Tate and Keldrick Falk last year. Here's Jeffrey Simmons to make the pick for them. Please, not one of my guys. They go Anthony Hill Jr. That kind of pisses me off. I'm not gonna lie. We're right there, and we're being stingy. Well, you know what? If they didn't want him, if the Broncos didn't want him, fine. But if you're just being stingy, waiting, I don't like it. Be aggressive. Go get your guy. But again, it could have not been their guy. But Anthony Hill Jr. is a fantastic player. So right now, I am all in on Oscar Delp. that's kind of my guy right now. Let's put the Rams on the clock. Wouldn't be shocked if we traded down either. Wouldn't be shocked if we traded down either. The Rams, I'm fairly confident they're not going to take a tight end because they have so many good tight ends. Their pick is in. And so we're on the clock. We are on the clock. I don't think the Rams are going to take one. They selected Terrence Ferguson, the Colorado kid out of Oregon last year. They got some other nice tight ends there. Let's go see real quick. Yeah, they don't need. They got Colby Parkinson, Tyler Higbee, Terrence Ferguson. They don't need a tight end. They don't need a tight end. All right, guys who I like for the Broncos now that we're on the board. Quarterback, none. If we were to go running back, Jonah Coleman, I wouldn't mind him. Maybe like him in a trade down. Receiver, don't think we need a guy. I like Zachariah Branch, but again, we don't need a receiver. Would love Oscar Delp. That's kind of who I'm pounding the table for right now. Emmanuel Pregnone, I wouldn't be upset about going trenches, but let's see. Here's the Ram selection at 61. Okay, they did go tight end, but they go Max Clare out of Ohio State. That's crazy. All right. The Broncos, we are officially on the clock, barring a trade down. As I was mentioning, kind of pounding the table for Oscar Delp right there. That's my guy. Wouldn't mind Jonah Coleman, but I like other guys later. So if we traded down, understandable. Don't need a receiver, but I do really like Zachariah Branch. I think he fits Sean Payton's offense fantastically. Oscar Delp, who I want, as I mentioned. Eli Raridan would be the next tight end after Delp. Wouldn't love it at 62. Would prefer it later, but I would understand it. Emmanuel Pregnone, if we wanted to shore up that offensive line, I would not mind that at all. Don't really want to tackle as we have 3 minutes to submit our pick. Oh, and we are actually trading the pick. We have traded back. We are trading the pick to the Buffalo Bills. We have traded the pick to the Buffalo Bills. So we come off the clock, and the Buffalo Bills are now on the clock. So we've traded back. Okay. They were taking all our guys. But yes, we traded back. I'll try and find the I'll try and find what we got in terms of this trade back, but we'll see. We'll see. Pick 62 now belongs to the Buffalo Bills. I'll see if I can't. We should have since I follow a lot of Broncos accounts, we should have the results of the trade. Don't mind the trade back. I would have loved Oscar Delp there, but the Bills have. So we've traded back to pick 66 and have acquired pick 182. 182 is a fifth rounder. No, it's the first pick in the sixth round. 182 is the first pick in the sixth round, but we've traded all the way back into the third round, the second pick in the third round, which is fine. The Bills pick is officially in. All right, we got 1 minute, 40 seconds left until the Bills selection is in. Then we got the Chargers at 63 and the Seahawks at 64. How are you feeling about the trade? I don't mind it. I don't mind it at all. We're moving down four spots, and we pick up an extra sixth. And I don't hate it, especially when you think of the fact that we have 2 early fourths. So if we wanted another third round pick, because we're picking in the third round now, if we wanted another third round pick, we could move up into the late third. And you wouldn't have to give up a future pick. You wouldn't have to give up extra. So I don't hate it. And even if you don't trade up, I don't hate it. Now, I love Oscar Delp, and if he goes off the board before us in these next few picks, I'll be a little bit disappointed for sure. But it makes me feel comfortable, even if Delp is off the board, which I hope he's not. Let's knock on wood. Make me feel more comfortable with taking a Jonah Coleman, with taking an Eli Raridan. So, don't hate it, especially since it's only 4 picks. We'll see. We're back from commercial break. Bills pick is in, which means the Chargers are on the clock, followed by the Seahawks. Here's the Bills selection at 62. Would be shocked if the Bills took Delp with, you obviously have Dalton Kincaid and Dawson Knox. We'll see. Davison Igbinosun, the cornerback from Ohio State. I like Davison Igbinosun, but at this point, I'm really wondering how bad this injury is to Jermod McCoy. Because he's arguably the best corner in this draft, just had the ACL injury. So we'll see. We'll see, but now the Chargers are on the clock. So which long snapper do you think the Chargers want? All right. Got to cover the chat so I'm not getting spoiled from these picks here. But they go TJ Parker after trading down 3 times in the first round. They went TJ Parker earlier today, and then they trade back into the late seconds, and they go Davison Igbinosun. We'll see if the Chargers actually make a pick here, but I wouldn't be shocked if they traded back with how little picks they have had in this draft. But right now, they're okay. Their pick is in. The Chargers' pick is in. Don't be Oscar Delp. It could be. I know they have Oronde Gadsden. Who else do they have at tight end? But Gadsden was pretty nice for them last year. We'll see. They have Gadsden. They signed Charlie Kolar in free agency. So you could see him take a tight end. Maybe not this early. We'll see. I just hope it's not Delp. All right, here is... Here's the Chargers pick at 63. They just said Emmanuel Pregnon, and that could be the pick, man, with the Chargers not having really good guards. It could be Emmanuel Pregnon here. Waiting on the Chargers pick right here. We'll see. We will see. Here's Sean Merriman to make the Chargers selection. Here's a Chargers selection. They go Jake Slaughter. They announced him as a guard, or Sean Merriman announced him as a guard. So we'll see if they use him as a guard, but I thought he was a center out of Oregon or Florida, which, I'm okay with. He was my second best center behind Connor Liu, who did tear his ACL. But I'm glad it's not Emmanuel Pregnon. I'll be honest. Might be moving. They could keep him at center. They could move him to guard. But we'll see. At 64, the Seattle Seahawks are now on the clock. It's the Seahawks, the Cardinals, and then we are back on the clock. Pregnon is sliding. Yeah, I know. Still prefer Delp right now, but Pregnon would be very tempting. And the Seahawks pick is in. As we are heading back to commercial break. All right, we're back at commercial break. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick, and I'll be right back. All right. We are back. It's my... Okay, there we go. There we go. The Seahawks pick is in. The Cardinals are on the clock. And then we are after the Cardinals. Barring another trade down, of course. And the same thing that we did for the first round, we're going to wait 5 to 10-ish picks into the third round before we go ahead and we delete the second round. Doubt the Seahawks take. Well, I'm still nervous. I'm still nervous. I don't want them to take. Obviously, Oscar Delp's my guy. They have AJ Barner, Elijah Arroyo, Eric Sauber. Doubt they go tight end. Could Cardinals? I doubt they go tight end. With them obviously having Trey McBride, Tip Ryman's a nice tight end as well. So don't think they go tight end. So we should have Oscar Delp available, barring a team trading up with the Cardinals. Let's see here. Who's a higher value pick, Pregnon or Delp? I think consensus for just everyone, it's Pregnon. But for me personally, it's Delp. So that's kind of where it's divided. I think consensus, Pregnon. A lot of outside media, it's Pregnon. But I really like Oscar Delp. So it would be Oscar Delp for me. All right, here is the Seahawks selection with the final pick in the second round. They go Bud Clark, the TCU safety. Wow. My best safety after... Let's see, did I spell it? Yeah, okay, I did. I thought I spelled it wrong for a second. My best safety after the top three, which were Caleb Downs, Dylan Thieneman, and Emmanuel McNeil Warren, was... what's his name? And he was lower. He was lower in my top 100. But Arizona's on the clock here. I'll get you guys. It's Genesis Smith. Genesis Smith was my next best safety available. All right, 65. The Arizona Cardinals are on the clock. Cardinals on the clock, and their pick is in. The Broncos are on the clock. Let's try this one more time. Going position by position. Running back, Jonah Coleman. I'd be fine with it. I know a lot of people like Mike Washington. I don't love Mike Washington with his fumble problems. For me, it's Oscar Delp. Oscar Delp right here. Emmanuel Pregnon would also be really cool right here. I wouldn't mind Pregnon at all at this point. But there's a lot of positions that I just don't want secondary, man. I know I'm all over the place. Oscar Delp, Emmanuel Pregnon, or I'd say Oscar Delp, Jonah Coleman, Emmanuel Pregnon. Those would be my top three choices right now. But again, not the only three choices that I would be happy with. I could be happy. I would be happy with other players as well, as they're doing America 250 on the stage. That's cool. That is really cool. As we await the start of the third round. Doing branches from every single branch of the military. All right. So as I mentioned, the top three for me, Oscar Delp, Emmanuel Pregnon, and Jonah Coleman are my top three. But if it was not one of those three, it doesn't mean I dislike the pick. I might like it, but those would be my personal top three right here. Hey, if you want Mike Washington, that's fine. Props to you. I just not in the second round for me. I guess third round either. I hate the fumbling problem. We all complained about Melvin Gordon and his fumbles a couple years ago. Don't want Mike Washington. If he was available later, which he's not going to be, then I would be okay with it. But yeah, for me personally, I don't want him. But if you want him, props to you. Props to you. That's fine. That is fine. That's the best part about the draft is getting to disagree and having guys you like and disagreeing with other people's opinion. That's the best part is seeing everyone else's opinion. I love that. I guess if we go inside linebacker, let's see. I kind of want Tareen York, later. Tareen York later. Caleb Alarms Orr later. Bryce Betcher later. Kyle Lewis later. Keyshawn Elliott later. I like the value of linebacker later. So for me, I'm wanting Delp here. Delp, Pregnon, or Jonah Coleman. All right, round 3, we are awaiting the Cardinals selection. We're on the clock, the Cardinals pick is in. We're on the clock, followed by the Las Vegas Raiders. Cardinals pick is in, and Mel Kiper saying, could it be a quarterback? If it is a quarterback, for me, it's Carson Beck. It's Carson Beck, and he's the most complete guy if you want a chance at him being your franchise guy. Drew Aller, big arm, needs to develop. Cade Klubnik needs to develop. Here is the Cardinals selection at 65. They go Carson Beck. It is Beck out of Miami. And at 66, the Denver Broncos. We are back on the clock here. Chat is covered, so if you are saying anything, I'll be responding later. I'll be responding after the Broncos pick is in so I don't get spoiled. But we are back on the clock. As I've been saying on repeat and repeat and repeat like a broken record, Delp is my number one player right now. And honestly, I love Jonah Coleman at the running back position, but there's other running backs I like later. So to be honest, I think Pregnon's my second guy who I'd want after Oscar Delp. But then it's Jonah Coleman, and those are my top 3. Those would be my top 3 right now. But we're on the clock. We could trade down again. We'll see. Still got 8 picks. The pick is in. The pick is in for the Broncos. I want Oscar Delp. Would be cool. I want Oscar Delp. Emmanuel Pregnon would be awesome to take over as a guard. And then you also have Jonah Coleman would be cool. But running backs, there's only been 2 gone. Jeremiah Love, Jadarian Price. You can get some nice values later. Linebackers, there's been so many picked. I think you can get some value later this round if you want to trade back up, or we have 2 picks at the start of the 4th round that you could take a guy. So we'll see. We will see, but our pick is in. We are making the first pick of the night, or the first pick of our draft, all the way down here at pick 66. Kind of like the Cardinals draft. They go Jeremiah Love, running back out of Notre Dame, Chase Basantis, and Carson Beck. And are they seriously going back to commercial right here? Kind of sounds like there with the music, but well, maybe not. I don't know. If we went wide receiver, I like Zachariah Branch, but we don't need a receiver. Let's see who we select. Give me Oscar Delp here. Give me Oscar Delp. Here's TJ Ward. Here is TJ Ward. Give me Oscar Delp. Tyler Oyedem. Um, I mean, we did need interior, but I don't know if I love this pick, if I'm being honest with you. I'll be honest, I haven't done a whole lot of research on him, but I don't know about this one. I want Red Murdoch later. Sure, I'd be cool with Red Murdoch later. Tyler Onyedem. Yeah, I haven't done a whole lot of research on him, but I'll have to look at more at him later tonight after the stream. Definitely. Okay, their pick, the Raiders pick is in here. I want to see where he was ranked among consensus. Let me see. Let's see. Here's the Raiders selection. Yeah, dude, he's they go Kieran Crawford. Edge out of Auburn. Dude, he's ranked at 244 on PFF's big board. Yeah, I gotta say, I don't like the pick. I hope he proves me wrong. Yeah, I mean, I hope he proves me wrong, but what the. Yeah, and then PFSN had him at 176. The Eagles pick is back in. That's a bit unfortunate. Man, that's so deflating, dude. Man. Yeah. We did have one job. I hope he proves me wrong. I really do. But man. Well, hopefully we get a guy later. Man. Man. Let me look at the other defensive tackles. Grayson Halton was still available. Dante Corleone, Dominique Orange, Caleb Proctor even there. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Always. Always, man. Always. At the end of the day, it is what it is. We can't control it. So, yeah. At least if this is the player they wanted, at least it's a trade down. At least we traded down and took him. I think I would have taken Jermod McCoy. I mean, we don't need a corner, but he's still a great player. Anyway, got to stop being negative about the pick. Let's move on to the next. Here is the Eagles selection at 68 now that we're back from commercial break. They go Markel Bell, the huge tackle out of Miami. The Chicago Bears are back on the clock. I'm just going to leave it as the pick is in. We're going to stop switching from on the clock to the pick is in. Bears pick is officially in. We are awaiting the Chicago Bears selection. They go Sam Roush, the tight end out of Stanford. That's a good pick. I still liked Oscar Delp, but they go Roush out of Stanford as the 49ers are now on the clock. All right, we'll fill in the 49ers pick, and then after their pick, we are going to delete the second round. We are awaiting their pick. Here is the 49ers selection at pick 70. They go Romello Height, the edge, another edge out of Texas Tech. That's a good value right here. I thought he was going to be a second round guy. At 71, the Washington Commanders are now on the clock. Let's put them on the board, and then we will delete the second round here. The pick is in, or yeah, obviously the pick is in for the 49ers. I thought that was the Commanders for a second. The Commanders have a minute 55 left to make their selection. All right. We're going to commercial break. I need to go grab something to keep my energy up for the rest of this stream. So I will be right back. We got a 2-minute, 45-second commercial. Still at commercial break. The Commanders' pick is not in. They got about 20 seconds. So they could be trying to work out a trade here. The pick is officially in for the Washington Commanders here at 71. The Bengals are on the clock at pick 72. I feel like our front office just doesn't understand positional value. Jahdae Barron was a good pick in terms of value last year. RJ Harvey was a little bit early in my opinion. Pat Bryant was a little bit early. Savion Jones was all right. Key Robinson might have been a little bit earlier, but I'm fine with that. Jeremy Crawshaw was fine. Caleb Lohner, it's a 7th round pick, but I don't know. Sometimes I get the feeling they don't understand you can get a guy later in the draft. Maybe he was higher in the NFL circles than our media circles, but we'll see. Anyway, gonna try and quit complaining here. We're back from commercial break, awaiting the commander selection. Here is the commander selection at pick 71. They got Mark Rippon making the pick, uncle of Brett Rippon. Waiting for the commander's pick still. They go Antonio Williams. Holy cow, Mark Rippon was just rambling there. Cool message, but then he just kept rambling about so many other things. All right, Cincinnati. The Cincinnati Bengals are now on the clock. All right. Antonio Williams is a good pick. I like him here in the third round. Thought he could have been a second round pick, and I would have been fine with it. Here's the Bengals selection at pick, what is it, 73? 72. They go to Cario Davis, the cornerback from Washington. The New Orleans Saints are now on the clock at 73. All right, the pick is in for the New Orleans Saints. The Cleveland Browns are next, followed by the Miami Hurricanes, followed by the Miami Dolphins. Also, just got news: the Giants have traded up to pick 74 with the Cleveland Browns, and the Browns get picks 105, 145, and a 2027 fourth round pick. And the Saints take Oscar Delp. So, of course, maybe one day our front office will understand value of taking players that just because you like a player doesn't mean you have to take them in that round. You can wait. But man, I'm just being petty. Oh yeah, I forgot. New York Giants. New York Giants traded up. We got a trade alert here. We got a trade alert. The New York Giants are on the clock here at pick 74. I mean, my top guy for the Broncos is still Pregnon right now. Eli Raritan is the tight end I'm going after now. Let's look at let's go position by position. Quarterback, no. Running back, Jonah Coleman, Nicholas Singleton, Katron Allen I'd be cool with. Wide receiver, we don't need one. Zachariah Branch would be pretty cool. He fits Sean Payton's offense in terms of catching a lot of screens. Eli Raritan is the top tight end for me. And really the last one I really like in this draft. Manuel Pregnon would be pretty cool. I think he would be my top guy still here. We'll see. We'll see. All right, let's see who the Giants are taking here. Who do they trade up for? They go Malachi Fields, the Notre Dame wide receiver. Getting another weapon across from Malik Willis for Jackson Dart at pick 75. The Miami Dolphins are back on the clock. Dolphins on the clock, followed by the Steelers. Dolphins, Steelers. Looks like, yeah, Dolphins, Steelers, then the Buccaneers and the Colts, Falcons, Ravens, Jags. Yeah, there's a lot of picks left. We go to pick 96, and then there's 4 comp picks, 2 by the Vikings, 1 by the Steelers, and then 1 by the Jacksonville Jaguars. Dolphins have under 2 minutes to make their selection. One minute, 30 seconds left for the Dolphins. And the pick is officially in for the Miami Dolphins. Got 125 left until we come back from commercial break. Tyler Onyedem, which was our 3rd round pick, he has an 8.31 8.3. Oh my goodness, I can't talk right now. 8.31 RAS score. If any of you love RAS scores, think that's a fun little nugget there. All right. Waiting for the Dolphins selection here. Our next pick is at 108 in the 4th round, so a while away, unless we trade up, but I'm thinking that's a little bit unlikely. We'll see, though. Awaiting the Miami Dolphins pick here at 75. The Steelers are on the clock, followed by the Bucks. They go Caleb Douglas, the wide receiver from Texas Tech. That's their first receiver they took, right? I do think it's interesting they waited till 75 to take their first receiver, but They are also hitting on other positions that they need, but still, I'm shocked they passed on Mekhi Lemon last night. All right, Steelers are now on the clock. Pick is officially in for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Steelers pick is in. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers are on the clock, followed by the Indianapolis Colts. All right, here is the Steelers selection at 76. They got Joey Porter Sr. and Joey Porter Jr. out there announcing the selection. They go Drew Aller, quarterback out of Penn State. I mean, not a shock that he's the next quarterback off. I thought it was going to be either him or Cade Klubnik. But I really liked Will Howard, who they drafted last year. So they got some more quarterback competition in there. They don't know what's going to go on with Aaron Rodgers. I don't know if Mason Rudolph from Oklahoma State University is still on the roster. So Will Howard, they add Drew Aller, and he is the newest member of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Now we have the Tampa Bay Buccaneers on the clock. Got a cannon to throw up in that cold. And there's a trade. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers are trading pick number 77 to the Packers. And the Buccaneers receive pick 84 and pick number 160. So the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are no longer on the clock. We have a trade. It is now, instead of Tampa Bay, it is now Green Bay on the clock. Let's go ahead and take the Bucs off and go ahead and put the Packers on. And the Packers pick is officially in. We'll see where the Green Bay Packers go here. Schefter just had a pop up that Steelers' new quarterback, Drew Aller, his parents are Cleveland Browns season ticket holders. That's kind of funny. All right, we are awaiting the Packers selection here. I would trade up now for Pregnon. I like Pregnon, but I have a feeling we're probably not going to trade up. Maybe we will. We always typically trade up at some point. But here's the Packers selection at 77. They go Chris McClellan, oh my goodness, the Missouri defensive tackle. And the Indianapolis Colts are back on the clock at 78. The pick is officially in for the Indianapolis Colts. The Falcons are on the clock, followed by the Ravens. All right. Just under 2 minutes left for commercials here. Got the Colts here at 78, Falcons at 79, and the Ravens at 80. If you guys are enjoying the stream, make sure you leave a like, subscribe to the channel. The support would be highly, highly appreciated. Oh my goodness. And now it's this commercial that has the worst audio. Holy cow. I got to mute that. They just got to work on the audio. It is so grainy. Holy cow. All right. It's over now. Less than a minute left. We have 22 picks remaining tonight, and then tomorrow is the big one. Rounds 4 through 7. Takes about 7 hours to get through all of that. We'll see if we go live for the whole thing. But, yeah. Here we go. All right, we are officially back from commercial break now. About to hear the Colts selection here. Here comes Pat McAfee once again. Probably going to get a little speech here. Okay, Pat McAfee insulted the Chargers. That's awesome. They go AJ Halsey, the safety from LSU. Guy who many people thought the Broncos might target with a connection with our new DB coach, but we don't. Honestly, at this point, I probably would have preferred if we did. But um, the Colts are off the clock. It's the Falcons on the clock now. That's who's on the clock. It is the Atlanta Falcons, followed by the Baltimore Ravens. Pick is in now for the Atlanta Falcons. Baltimore Ravens are on the clock, followed by the Jacksonville Jaguars. Here is Michael Turner with the Falcons selection. They stay in state and they take Zachariah Branch. I really like Zachariah Branch. Obviously, we didn't need a receiver, but he's got tremendous speed. If he was a Bronco, he's great at taking those screen passes to the house. Smaller guy, but tons of speed. Really liked him. Yeah, so he is staying in Georgia rather. Started his career at USC, transferred to Georgia, and now is the 79th overall pick in the draft to the Atlanta Falcons. You don't think we trade up? I don't know what to think. I'm not gonna try and predict what George and Sean are gonna do. Feel like we always trade up on day two. We start in 2023. I believe we traded up with Sean Payton to select Marvin Mims. 24. At 24, we didn't do anything. We just took Jonah Ellis. And then 25 last year, we obviously traded up for Savion Jones at the end. I wouldn't be shocked if we did, but I also wouldn't be shocked if we stayed put. I would like if we did. I would love to trade up for Emmanuel Pregnon. But who knows? Who knows? Here is the Ravens selection at pick 80. They go Jacoby Lane, the USC wide receiver. And now the Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock. The Jaguars pick is officially in. Who's getting ready to draft Jermod McCoy, Broncos country? Are we ready for that? Are we ready for that? Jaguars pick is in. Vikings on the clock, followed by the Panthers. Here's the Jaguars selection at 81. Here's Paul Posluszny to announce the Jaguars' third-round pick. They go Albert Regis, the defensive tackle out of Texas A&M. That's a defensive tackle out of Texas A&M I would have liked. Yeah, Regis is a beast. Regis is a beast. That's a great pick. That's a great pick for them. Hey, Regis is only good because Anya Diem was on the team, right? Sorry, I'm being sarcastic. I need to. The Vikings have 2 minutes remaining on the clock. The pick is in now for the Vikings. The Panthers are now on the clock. Got 2.5 minutes of commercial right here. 2.5 minutes. Let's look at my big board. Who all is available still? Jermon McCoy. I know we don't need a corner, but he's actually getting into some really good value. Emmanuel Pregnon. Well, I think that's probably the top guy I want. I mean, there's a ton of guys. Like, I liked Grayson Halton, but we're probably not going to go interior defensive line again. Eli Raridan. Eli Raridan and Justin Joly. Those are the two guys who I like at the tight end position. Let's go position by position. Quarterback, none. Jonah Coleman, I wouldn't mind. I would love, actually. We're starting to get to the range where I wouldn't mind Mike Washington, but I'd prefer Jonah Coleman, Nick Singleton, and Katron Allen all over him. But if we get him in the fourth, I'd be cool with that. Then we go to receiver. Probably no one. I think we're good at receiver for right now. Tight ends, Eli Raridan, Justin Joly. Those are like the two guys who I like, who I think could make an impact this season. Interior, Manuel Pregnon probably is the only one for this upcoming pick. I mean, he's by far and away the best interior guy left. Yeah, I think that's kind of where I'm sitting. Linebackers, Terrene York, Caleb Alarms, or Bryce Betcher. Kyle Lewis, Keyshawn Elliott would be cool mid to late fourth, in my opinion. But we'll see. We'll see how things play out. All right, here's the Vikings' third pick. Selected Caleb Banks and Jake Golday. Those were the two picks as mentioned on the broadcast. Here is the Vikings selection. They go Dominique Orange, the Iowa State defensive tackle. That's a great value. I mean, I would say that's kind of where I'd expect him to go, but it's still a great pick for the Vikings. Panthers are now on the clock, followed by the Bucks. Yeah, good pick for the Vikings. I like it. All right, they're doing a quick 15-second break. The Panthers pick is in, followed by the Buccaneers and the Steelers. All right, here we are. We're back with the Panthers selection here. They go Chris Brazzell. I really liked Brazzell. That's a great pick for them. They're pairing Brazzell up with Ted McMillan, and then you're hoping that Xavier Legette can develop into something. I really like Chris Brazzell. Maybe needs to develop a little bit more of a route tree, but he's 6'4". He's got the speed. He can go up and get the football. I really like this for the Panthers. Arguably the best Tennessee receiver in the Josh Heupel era down there. I would say he is. Pick is in for the Buccaneers. Okay. This actually makes me makes me feel a little bit better. The Underdog NFL Draft account, it's at UD Football Show, has Dane Brugler talking about Tyler Onyedinma is a player that wasn't talked about enough. So I'm hoping he's one of those guys that didn't get a lot of national attention that looks better than he is, but we'll see. Maybe that's just copium for me. I'll have to go watch the full clip after my stream's done. Also, my bad, I forgot to take the Panthers off. The Buccaneers are on the clock. Their pick is in, actually, followed by the Steelers at 85 and the Chargers at 86. Dude, I'm gonna be really upset if the Chargers were able to land Jake Slaughter passing on Pregnon, which allowed the Broncos to potentially get him, and then they're able to get Pregnon at 86. I'm gonna be sick. I'm gonna be sick if that's the case. And because that's how my luck works, that's what's gonna happen. Got just over a minute left of commercial breaks. Let's look at the draft order. It's the Bucks, followed by the Steelers, the Chargers, the Dolphins, the Jags, the Bears. Yeah, we still got a while. There's 100 picks. 100 picks will be made by the end of the night. If the Broncos were to trade, I would say we're at 108. I would say maybe 94 with the Dolphins is probably the earliest you could trade up. But let's do it. Well, let's do a trade value chart. I want to see this. If let's see, we have, let's see, 108 would be 78 points, and then if you were to pair it, what's the pick that we got? It's what is it? 168? No, it's 182, I think we got with Buffalo. So let's do this. And obviously, it's not an exact science, the trade value chart, but that'd get us to like 96. So if you wanted to, you could probably trade, if you combine that with another late pick, you could probably get into the back end. But I don't know if we trade up. I kind of thinking the same as you. I'm doubting we're going to trade up. The Chargers are trading picks, pick 86 to the Browns for 105, 145, and 206. So the Chargers will not be picking next. All right, here is the Buccaneers pick coming up. They go Ted Hurst, the Georgia State wide receiver. That's a great pick. Smaller school guy, but man, what a fun player. Ted Hurst, what a fun player to watch, in all honesty. Just got in. What are your thoughts on the pick? I thought it was a reach. I thought it was a reach. I hate to say it, and I hope he proves me wrong. I hope he does prove me wrong. I don't mind going defensive line at that spot. I know it's not what I really was mocking, but there are other guys. Grayson Halton was available. Dominique Orange. There's other guys who I liked. So I thought it was a little bit of a reach, but again, hopefully he proves me wrong. But yeah, Ted Hurst is a really fun watch at Georgia State. Your pick is in now for the Steelers. The Chargers. Um, the Chargers, I'm going to put the trade alert up. They did trade down to pick 105. So they are done making picks tonight, unless they trade back up. Let's see where the Steelers decide to go here at pick 85. They go Dalen Everett, the Georgia corner. I would say it's a little bit of a reach, but honestly, like like the player, be honest, I didn't do a whole lot of eval on him, but I do think it's a little bit of a reach, but I don't hate it. All right, who did the Chargers trade with again? I forgot. It is a trade alert. I'll put it back up because they're showing it on the screen now. The Chargers are trading the pick to the Cleveland Browns. There we go. Cleveland is now going to be on the clock. Let me see if I can get the okay, here's the trade. The Chargers or the Browns are getting pick 86. The Chargers are getting pick 105, 145, and 206. That is the full trade for the Browns trading up with the Chargers. Here is the Brown selection at 86. They go Austin Barber, the Florida offensive tackle. I do not think he was my best offensive. He wasn't. I know for a fact he actually wasn't. Jennings Dunker and Caleb Tiernan were both available. And I had them ranked higher than Austin Barber. I know that for a fact, as the Miami Dolphins are now on the clock. But Barber is not a bad player. All right, let's go ahead. Let's go take the Cleveland Browns off the clock and put the Miami Dolphins back on the clock. If you all are all enjoying, make sure you leave a like and subscribe to the channel. That would be amazing if you are enjoying the stream. That would be much appreciated. Here we go. The Miami Dolphins are now on the clock, and their pick is in, putting the Jacksonville Jaguars on the clock. Yeah, the Browns draft started off iffy for me with Spencer Fano. I wasn't super high on him, but man, they were cooking with Casey Concepcion, Denzel Boston, Emmanuel McNeil Warren. Man, they've had a heck of a draft. All right, let's see where the Dolphins go here at 87. They go Will Kazmarek, the other Ohio State tight end. That's interesting. I think that's a bit of a reach. Over Eli Raridan and over Justin Joly is very surprising. All right, Dolphins are off the clock, and not the Titans, the Jaguars are now on the clock. Let's see. The pick is now officially in for the Jacksonville Jaguars. We'll see where they go here at pick number 88. All right, we are going to a commercial break right here. We have 12 picks remaining tonight. We'll see if the Broncos trade up. I don't know if they will or not. But the picks that we have remaining, especially after the trade down, we have 108, which will be the 8th pick tomorrow, 111, which will be the 11th pick tomorrow. We have pick number 170, which is the 30th pick in the 5th round. We have 182, which is the first pick in the 6th round. And then we have 3 7th round picks. We have 246, which is the 30th pick in the 7th round. And then we have 256 and 257, which are the 40th and 41st and the last 2 picks of the entire draft tomorrow. So, got 3 7ths, 1 6th, 1 5th, and 2 4ths. We will have 7 picks tomorrow if we do not make a trade. So, as much as I wasn't in favor of this pick, I'm hoping that I can grow to love it. And I can actually tonight watch this player and hopefully come out with at least understanding this player, because I'll be honest, I didn't watch Tyler Onyedinma. But we still got 7 picks to still turn out a good draft. But the front office these past 2 drafts has been interesting, to say the least. Got 49 seconds left of a commercial break, and then we will see the Jaguars pick, followed by the Bears and 49ers. The one thing I have seen about Tyler Onyedinma that does make me a little bit excited is he has a great first step off the football. I do like that. That is something exciting. All right. We are back, and we are about to get the Jaguars selection. They go Emmanuel Pregnon. Great value. Holy cow. Holy cow. What great value. I would have loved him. He really helped the Oregon Ducks rushing attack, and that's I like RJ Harvey. We need help establishing a better run game, and he would have been awesome to eventually establish on that offensive line. Would have been awesome. But he goes to the Jacksonville Jaguars, so another AFC contender gets better. Let's go ahead. Let's put the Chicago Bears on the clock. I guess the guys I like must not be good. Washington Jr., Halton, Kyle Lewis, Dunker, Pregnant, thought they belong. Dude, I'm with you. I'm with you. Mike Washington obviously has the fumble problems, but I've talked about that. Grayson Halton, the Bears pick is in, by the way. Surprised he's not here. I didn't love him in the second round, but I thought for sure early third round he would have been gone. Kyle Lewis, I don't think I was super high on. I'm cool with him in the fourth round. Jennings Dunker wasn't super high on him personally, but I expected him to be a second round pick. Pregnon obviously just went, but I loved him. But yeah, if they drafted a running back last year that was worth it, they wouldn't have been worried about trying to get another one this year. Everyone didn't even know who Harvey was. I mean, yeah. That's true. And now they're back it up again with another. Yeah, no, I'm with you. I think it's early, but I'm hoping he proves me wrong. Xavier Thomas, the LSU wide receiver, goes off the board. San Francisco's on the clock. Yeah, I'm with you. It's definitely a reach, but I'm hoping I can grow to love the pick. What I did see is he's got a great first step off the ball, which that's exciting, but still a little bit early for me. But we'll see what happens. I definitely think we need to go draft another running back. I like J.K. Dobbins. I like Harvey as a receiving back, and I hope he can develop. But I want a guy who can fight for those extra yards. I want Jonah Coleman. I want Katron Allen would be fun tomorrow. But we'll see. Still got 7 picks remaining after the trade down as the 49ers pick is in. The Las Vegas Raiders are on the clock, followed by the Dallas Cowboys. I don't hate the pick. I trust Sean and Greg. I trust Sean and Greg too, but I'm not going to obviously blindly say every decision they make is good. But I trust Sean and George, but I still don't love the pick. I don't hate going D-line at that spot. We did need to replace John Franklin Myers, but there's other players who I liked at that spot. Wow, Kalen Black just went. I liked Kalen Black, but over Katron Allen, over some other guys, I'm surprised he's the third running back off the board. But he's an awesome running back. All right, let's go ahead. Let's put the Raiders on the clock now. I disagree with you, Biggie Bronco. He has not gotten lucky with some picks. He's made some good picks. Quinn Miners was a fantastic pick in the third. Jonathan Cooper was a fantastic pick in the 7th round. But I'm not going to police your feelings. If that's how you feel, that's how you feel. The Raiders have 1 minute 50 seconds left to make their selection. But with that being said, George Paton has made some mistakes and has done some things I definitely haven't preferred. But he still has made some good picks. So. All right, we got the Raiders, Cowboys, and Rams up next. Let's actually go here. Yeah, got 9 picks left. Raiders, Cowboys, Rams, Dolphins, Patriots, Seahawks, Vikings, Steelers, Jaguars. That's true. He did get Sean Payton, but I do think ownership maybe helped a little bit in that. But I do think the call was mostly up to him. But the other argument to that is he also made the call to get Nathaniel Hackett too. So pros and cons. He's had some pros and cons. So the report, according to Mike Klis, is the Broncos' motivation to trade back from 62 to 66 was nothing more than wanting to fill in the team's 6th-round hole. I'm told they thought the defensive lineman Tyler Onyedinma would still be there, which I feel like everyone thought he was going to be. Broncos got the Bills' number 182 pick in exchange, which is the first pick in the 6th round. So yeah, now we have 2 picks in the 4th, which are 108 and 111, both very early in the 4th. We have pick 170, which is 30th in the 5th round. Pick 182, which is the first in the 6th round. And then 246, which is 30th in the 7th round. 256, which is the second to last pick in the 7th round. And we have Mr. Irrelevant at pick 257 in the 7th round. But yeah, I'm hoping I can grow to love the pick, and I'm hoping that Onyedinma surprises me. But we'll see. If we do trade up, which I'm doubting, I don't know if we will trade up. We're starting to get into the range where it could potentially happen. Yeah, Hackett was bad, but he moved. Yeah, that's true. I mean, he didn't even make it through the season. But yeah, I mean, he's had some positives and negatives, like every GM. Maybe I like George Paton more than the average fan, which could very well be true. But all right, here we go. Here's the Raiders pick at number 91. This Raiders guy's trying to describe the draft to us like we don't know how it works. But he's giving a thanks to everyone who's working on the draft, which it is big. It's a big production, constantly moving. Things have to be done on the fly. So yeah, good for all the people working it. Oh, they go Trey Zune, the Texas interior guy. They have him listed as a center on here. But still, Connor Lew, the top center in the draft, according to me, for whatever that's worth, is still on the board. Now, he did tear his ACL, so I do think that's why he is falling. But, yeah, there was Jake Slaughter, Logan Jones, Trey Zune now. So, yeah, the Raiders. He also played tackle, too. He could honestly play any spot on the offensive line, but probably a guard for the Raiders, maybe center. They do have, what's his name? Jackson Powers Johnson still. So, trenches is never a bad idea, and I hate to compliment the Raiders, but the Cowboys pick is in. The Rams are on the clock, followed by the Dolphins at pick 94, which is the pick we gave them for Jalen Waddle. Does the Bears taking Roush make Cole Kmet available? Maybe. After this pick, I'll go take a look at the Bears depth chart because I believe they took another. Well, yeah, they have Colston Loveland potentially. They go Deshaun Barham, edge out of Michigan. This draft is crazy. This draft is crazy. And I think it goes back to the fact that the depth in this is a weaker draft class. So everyone's board is crazy. So yeah, there's that, but let's go ahead. Let's get the Rams on the clock here. Let's go ahead. Let's take a look at the Bears. Not the Buffalo Bills, the Chicago Bears. Yeah, they got Colston Loveland, Kmet, and Roush. Now, I wouldn't necessarily think Kmet's available just because you can run a lot of 12 personnel. Colston can be your receiver. Kmet could be your blocker, even though Kmet can do both. And typically, tight end takes a little bit to develop. So I would probably say Kmet isn't available, but considering the Falcons are apparently Kyle Pitts is available, Sam Laporta might be available. There's rumors about Trey McBride, but I doubt he's going to be available. But I would say probably not. But who knows? Who knows? All right, the Rams pick is officially in here at number 93. They go Keegan Tross, the Missouri offensive tackle. What's going on with Jennings Dunker and Caleb Tiernan? All right. Trost off the board. Now we put the Miami Dolphins on the clock with the pick that we traded to them with or in exchange for Jalen Waddle. And just so everyone knows, tomorrow or Sunday, when I post my NFL draft grades video, we will be taking the Jalen Waddle trade into account for it. I did the same thing when we traded for John Franklin Myers a couple drafts ago. I included that. So we are going to include the trade of Jalen Waddle in the draft grade video, just so everyone's aware. And the Dolphins pick is officially in here at number 94. Maybe here, well, yeah. Maybe at the end of the draft, we'll go over players we want to see the Broncos take tomorrow, even though it's not really going to matter. But we'll see. All right, we are on a 2-minute, 30-second commercial break. We've got a couple picks left. We're going to 100. I would think this is going to be the last commercial break of the night, but who knows? But we got the Dolphins, Patriots, Seahawks, and then we got the 4 comp picks afterwards with the Vikings twice, then the Steelers, and then the Jaguars rounding off the night. And then tomorrow, I believe it's going to be 10 a.m. Mountain Time. I have the stream scheduled, so I can just go look on my channel. I think I have it scheduled for right when the draft starts tomorrow. We got, live in 13 hours at 10 a.m. Mountain Time tomorrow. we're gonna. Tiernan does have short arms, but still, he can play guard as well. So I don't think that's the reason why he's fallen. I could see it if he was going to be a first rounder and high second rounder, but at this point with all the offensive linemen going, if you need to move him to guard, fine. So I'm still shocked he's fallen. I got less than a minute now, and then we'll be back with the conclusion of day 2 and round 3. All right, 18 seconds. Then we're back. All right. Who are the Dolphins going to select here at pick number 94? All right, here's the Dolphins selection at pick number 94. Chris Bell, great pick. Arguably a first round talent had he not torn his ACL at Louisville. That's a fantastic pick. They drafted another wide receiver. Who was it? I'm looking for their pick. But what was it? I think it's 75 actually. Yeah, Caleb Douglas from Texas Tech, but Chris Bell here at 94. That's a fantastic pick. Obviously, needs to heal from the torn ACL, but that's a fantastic pick for the Dolphins. All right. The Patriots are now on the clock here at 95, followed by the Seahawks at 96. And then Minnesota will have back-to-back picks. The Patriots pick is in at 95, and we are close to winding down here for the day. We got the Patriots. The Steelers look like they have traded up. They've jumped the Vikings with their double picks with the Seahawks. So it's going to be the Patriots, the Steelers, Vikings twice, Seahawks, and the Jaguars. All right, here's Deion Branch to make the selection for the Patriots. They took Eli Raridan. I can read it on the card. What are we doing, man? What are we doing? Justin Jolie's the last tight end who I like, who I think could make an impact, but I forgot the Steelers traded up. Trade alert. The Pittsburgh Steelers have traded up with the Seattle Seahawks. Man, very frustrating. Man, that's very disappointing. Here's the Steelers selection at 96. Jennings Dunker finally off the board. Now the Vikings are on the clock with back-to-back picks here. So the Seahawks traded pick 96 to Pittsburgh, and in exchange, Seattle gets number 99 and 216 in the 6th round. But yeah, Justin Jolie, as I've mentioned a couple of times, last tight end who I like on in this draft who can make an impact. You got Justin Jolie, and really that's it. Man. The pick is in for the Vikings at 97. All right, 4 picks remaining. 2 by the Vikings, 1 by the Seahawks, and then who's wrapping it up again? The Jaguars. 2 Vikings, 2 Vikings, Seahawks, and Jaguars. All right, we are back on a commercial break, 2.5 minutes. You would imagine that this time is actually the last commercial break. All right, 1 minute left, and then we're on to the final four picks: Vikings twice, Seahawks, and Jaguars. It's all good, man. It's all good. One it dealt, but it's all good. Happens. It's the draft. You're hoping for players, and very rarely do you get the guy you want. But when you do, it's so fun. It's so fun. But it happens. I know it's gonna. I know a lot of people aren't gonna like this, but if McCoy's there tomorrow, I would not mind taking him with one of our 2 4th-round picks. He is just so talented, and then you have the flexibility. Obviously, Riley Moss. I believe this is a contract year, right? Yeah, it's a contract year, so very talented corner. I know a lot of people aren't going to like that, but tomorrow I would not mind taking Jermod McCoy. All right, here is the Vikings at pick 97 and probably 98. There's Caleb Tiernan. The tackle out of Northwestern probably moves inside to guard, but great player and honestly great value right here. And then we have the Vikings back on the clock. You love it in terms of taking Jermod McCoy tomorrow? Heck yeah. If that's what you're talking about, heck yeah. So talented. Then you would have a nice 1-2 punch of the future. You'd have Surtain, McCoy, McMillan in the slot, Jahdae Barron to be your extra DB. Can play him honestly as a sub linebacker if you want more coverage. You could play him up as a safety, depending on what happens with safety. If you don't re-sign Brandon Jones or what have you, but yeah, man, Jermod McCoy would not mind the pick honestly in the 4th round. 2nd round, probably not, but with how the board is falling, Jermod McCoy. They go Jacoby Thomas, safety out of Miami. $99. The Seahawks are now going to be on the clock. Let's update that. McMillan and Moss contract years. It makes the Barron pick look bad, but I live in Tennessee. He's a dog. Heck yeah. I mean, I still think Barron has some. I think he's kind of your flexible DB. Can play inside, outside. Can play him as a linebacker if you want, like a sub linebacker for coverage. You can play him up as a safety if you need him to. But yeah, I would expect McMillan to get extended. At least that's the hope. But then Riley Moss, you could extend him. You could let him walk in free agency. You could trade him if that's the route you go. McCoy, such a beast. Such a beast. Got 2 selections left. We got the Seahawks at 99 and then the Jaguars at pick 100, and we are out of here. Here comes the Seahawks selection at 99. They go Julian Neal, the Arkansas cornerback. And now the Jacksonville Jaguars are here to wrap up the third round and day 2 of the draft. Tomorrow, the Broncos will have 7 picks, barring a trade up. But here we are waiting on the Jaguars selection at pick 100. And we're out of here for day 2. The pick is officially in for the Jaguars. The Broncos will not trade up. Kind of expected. But who will be the pick at number 100 for the Jacksonville Jaguars? Jalen Husky, the Maryland safety. That's a good pick. I liked him in the 7th. I thought he was crazy value, and I'm surprised he was still there in the 7th round, but that's a great pick. Oh, and I'm sorry, I forgot to put the Jaguars on the clock. I guess I can do that real quick. But they announced him as a corner. I see him more as a safety, but yeah, there we go. All right, that is the end of day number 2. Rounds 2 and 3 are in the books. Tomorrow at 10 a.m., we have rounds 4 through 7. The Broncos will be picking 7 times tomorrow. Twice in the 4th round and early in the 4th round. Once late in the 5th. We have the first pick in the 6th, and then 3 picks in the 7th, including Mr. Irrelevant. The draft will officially begin in 12 hours and 52 minutes. All right. We will see. Before we go, I want to go over my best players still available that I would like to see tomorrow. Let's take a look at the big board here. Jermod McCoy is by far and away kind of who I'm pounding the table for, and I know Broncos country probably will not like that. But, man, what a player. Then we got to keep going down. Let's see here. Let's see who else is available that I like. Other corners I would pass on. In all honesty, it would just be Jermod McCoy who I would take. Jonah Coleman, I'm kind of at the point where if we don't go Jermod McCoy, or if it's the 4th round so teams take a flyer on him, I'm kind of at the point where I would like running back. Jonah Coleman would be awesome. Katron Allen and Nicholas Singleton would be my preferences, but I'd be cool with Mike Washington at this point. Yeah, there's some guys. I'll have to look over who exactly I want, but yeah, running back's tempting. Jermod McCoy is tempting. Justin Joly is really the last tight end I would want. Then you have interior guys you could go. Jalen Farmer, guard from Kentucky, but I don't know. We'll have to see how things play out tomorrow. A little bit disappointing, but I'll go ahead and take a look at Tyler Onyedinma tonight, and we can have an opinion on him tomorrow. But thank you, everyone, for tuning in. I appreciate you all for stopping by, and I hope to see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. Mountain Time for day 3 of the draft, rounds 4 through 7. All right. Good night, everyone.